Good morning. We're going to bring this session of the Board of County Commissioners to order. Just quick housekeeping. If you would please go ahead and silence your cell phones. That way we're not being disruptive to your fellow citizens next to you and when they're up here speaking or addressing us from the podium. Some more housekeeping that just remind everyone, you know, if you get our agenda outside, it's printed every time before the meeting, and there's on there, especially for public speaking, there's 3 times throughout the meeting the public can address the Board of County Commissioners. The first one is during public speaking at the beginning of the meeting, and or you sign up for an actual agenda item that's on the agenda and speak in reference to that or the consent, and or at the end of the meeting we have another opportunity for public to speak. Now when the public's speaking, you're addressing us directly, not the crowd. And you're only speaking in general because of something that may be a particular subject that's going to be heard before this Board of County Commissioners. You can't speak during general comments because the petitioner's not here in defense. It'd be like you going to a court and talking to the judge and the jury first before anybody else had the opportunity to talk to somebody. And the defense is not there to defend themselves. This is a legal proceeding. And we do have items on here that we do have to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth before you testify. So just letting you know, if you want to speak in general terms, that's fine. Do not mention any particular project that's going to be on this agenda or a future agenda if you're not signing up for that actual agenda item. So just letting you know. Thank you. County Manager.
Yes, sir. We're going to begin with our invocation and our Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is going to be led by Pastor Heath Jarvis from Faith Church Naples, and the pledge by J.R. Restrepo, U.S. Army veteran, attaining the rank of specialist, served from 1988 to 1994 with the 77th Sustainment Brigade at Fort Totten, New York, and with the 24th Mechanized Infantry during Operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm.
Good morning. And by the way, that was Faith Life Naples, not Faith Church Naples, just to clarify that. Let's pray this morning. Father God, we are so thankful to be able to gather here today in one of the most beautiful places on earth. We are thankful to live in Southwest Florida, to live in one of the greatest states in the greatest nation on earth. Lord, today we will be discussing business and issues that affect all who live here. Help us to present our ideas with civility, humility, and an open mind. May we only do what you would have us do in your sovereign design. Lord, I pray for all the leadership of Collier County, that you would bless them, that you would bless their families, and give them specific godly unction in every decision that is made today. Lord, I pray that we would realize just how blessed we are, that we would focus on the positive instead of the negative, and that we would build on the great things that we already have. Bless these proceedings as we endeavor to enact only what would please you. And I pray this in the name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen. Amen.
Military veteran, please render a proper hand salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
County Manager.
Commissioners, that brings us to approval, to our change sheet. We do have one item. Let's continue item 16D8 to a future meeting. This is a recommendation to approve and authorize the chair to sign one mortgage satisfaction for the State Housing Initiatives Partnership Loan Program in the amount of $46,595.50 due to the death of the borrower. This is being moved to a future agenda at Commissioner and staff's request. We do have 2 time certain items. Items 11A and 11B will be heard at 9:30 a.m. These are the Tourism Award of the International Representation. With that, I have no further changes. County Attorney.
None, thank you.
Commissioners.
Commissioner Saunders.
Mr. Chairman, I have no disclosure and no changes. I do have one request as we get into an agenda item that I'd like to just raise real quickly. On item 9A, I've asked Brad Cornell to address a bunch of questions that I have in his comments. And so to do that, it's going to take more than 3 minutes. And so I would ask the indulgence of the board. It would be quicker to have him make the presentation than it would be for me to ask all the questions that I have. So with the permission of the board, I'd like to give Brad Cornell about 10 minutes to address the board when we get to that item.
I'll run the stopwatch.
Okay.
Thank you.
You don't have 3 friends that could donate some time to him?
I could find 3 real quickly if necessary, but
I mean, you know, I would think Brad can find 3 friends, but it's all right. All right, we're okay with that. Commissioner Hall.
Morning, Mr. Chairman. I have no changes, no disclosure.
Commissioner LaCasse.
No changes, no disclosures.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Same.
I also have no changes and no disclosures, but I do believe we have some public speakers for the consent.
Yes, sir. We have a registered speaker for item 17B, Dylan Scott, on Zoom. Dylan, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. If we could get Dylan a prompt to unmute himself.
Give him one more try.
One more try. If our IT department could help me out here, give a prompt to unmute Dylan Scott for item 17B.
Is there more than one on Zoom?
No, sir,
Oh.
not registered so far.
Okay.
He popped.
Do we have any in the room registered for consent, or, so it was the only
No, sir.
one?
Yep.
Okay. Give him one more holler.
Dylan Scott. An unmute for Dylan Scott. And his hand is raised.
Oh,
Really,
we're getting somewhere.
While we're waiting, if I could just, I'll
Yes,
just add
Commissioner.
something, and it concerns what Commissioner Saunders was saying. So Mr. Cornell sent us all a list of questions about conservation Collier, so I'll just add, I actually sent that list to Jamie Cook. She answered them, and I sent those answers to Brad. So Jamie, you just be ready as well. I mean, obviously you'll be coming up anyway, but hopefully he saw, I sent those to him, I think early this morning, so hopefully he saw those. I don't know where Brad is in the audience, but you guys will tag team on that.
I don't even see him. All right, I don't think Dylan's gonna, we're having some difficulty.
It's on our end, so
It is?
trying to find that out, yeah.
Need a motion to approve?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, you want to belay the vote on the consent agenda and give him 5 minutes or so, give our staff 5 minutes to see if we can ramp up we can go ahead and do the agenda and other
Yeah,
things.
we'll,
but just hold off on the consent and summary.
Just let me know, or send me a prompt if we get it fixed.
Yes, sir.
we'll
Hopefully
go
here in a
from there.
minute.
All right. All right, so moving on from consent, we are awards, I guess, right?
We
County
do have
manager.
our agenda, several minutes to.
Oh, yeah,
approve.
we have the
Yep.
workshop minutes, and
Yep.
let's go do
If you-
those first.
If you want to take these together or separately, I'll read them in. Item 2A is the minutes of the July 14th, 2026 BCC meeting. 2B is the BCC Tourism Privatization Workshop minutes from June 30th, 2026. And then 2C is July 28th, 2026 BCC minutes.
Motion for approval on all 3.
Second.
All right, I got a motion for all 3. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign. All right, all 3 passed. Thank you.
That brings us to item 3, awards and recognitions. We'll start with our 20-year attendees, item 3A1. First up, we have John Yates, Emergency Medical Services, 20 years. Congratulations.
Congratulations and thank you.
There you go.
You have to wait.
Yeah, John, you go ahead and get your own picture. Then, no, you stay here, John. You're with us.
You might not want the group shot.
Yeah,
you know,
we'll
so.
let you know if you want them or not. Pretty shady
Now you
bunch
can
back
come on.
there. Yeah.
Next up, we have Mohammed Saeed Bakari, Road, Bridge, and Stormwater Maintenance, 20 years. Congratulations.
Thank you, and congratulations.
All the fun stuff, road, bridges, and stormwater, right? All the fun, easy things, right?
Yeah. We got more. We got the troops.
Hold on to your money.
Thank you. Good job.
Angela Klein, Solid and Hazardous Waste Management, 20 years. Congratulations.
Hi, 20 years, congratulations.
Thank you.
One more. We're going all the way to 30 years. Diana Compagnon, Development Review, 30 years. Congratulations.
On your foot. Oh, God.
What are we color coordinating? All just fine.
Oh. Doesn't matter. Smile. Maybe Daily News will AI your face.
Oh my God, I saw that picture.
All right. Any luck, Tom? You said yes, sir?
Yes, sir. Let's try this again. We will ask for a prompt for Dylan Scott to unmute himself. Dylan, you have received that prompt. Dylan, I saw you unmuted.
Yep, I think that works. You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Got you.
Yeah, so I just want to make public comment on item 17B to amend ordinance number 0441. the Collier County Land Development Code, which would require a temporary use permit for events on Collier County property with an anticipated attendance of more than 100 persons. I don't know a whole lot about this proposal, to be honest. I've tried doing some research on the minutes from last meeting, but I do just want to pass along my concerns of any attempts by the commission to create a burdensome process that would prevent or prohibit members of the public from utilizing our public lands. I know there was some discussion last week, and that's why, or last meeting, and that's why this item was pushed to this upcoming meeting today. But I just wanted to share those concerns that, our public lands are our public lands to utilize, and any attempts by the commission to restrict or limit the ability of utilization of those public lands, I would caution the commission to avoid. And I understand, if it is done properly and it's a kind of seamless application process with the intent of protecting the resource and ensuring that any, large groups that utilize the property are, held accountable for any damage or trash from the property, I would agree with that. But I just want to caution you not to create any insurmountable barriers that would prohibit people of the public from utilizing our great county lands. So that's all I had. Thank you for working through the unmute issue. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. So,
Mr.
did
Chairman, we need a motion to approve
I
the,
believe we did, right?
I'll make that motion to approve the.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign. All right, it passed. All right, let's move on. So we got a proclamation.
Yes, sir. That brings us to item 4A. This is a proclamation designating September 13th through 19th, 2026 as Nephrology Nurses Week to be accepted by Jessica Eggleton, ANNA South Florida Chapter Health Policy Representative. Congratulations.
For sure, either podium.
Here we go. You're done.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. And on behalf of the American Nephrology Nurses Association South Florida chapter, we would like to thank the Collier County Board of Commissioners for this meaningful proclamation in recognition of Nephrology Nurses Week. Kidney disease often is referred to as the silent chronic illness because many individuals are unaware they have the disease until it has significantly progressed. Kidney disease has a profound impact on Americans and particularly on Floridians. Florida has the highest burden of chronic kidney disease in the nation and ranks number 3 with the number of dialysis centers in the state. Here in Naples and throughout Collier County, kidney disease affects many individuals and families. In fact, 1 in 7 individuals is affected, underscoring the critical importance of early detection, education, prevention, and early intervention. It is our hope that recognition of Nephrology Nurses Week not only honors the dedicated nurses who care for individuals living with kidney disease, but raises awareness of kidney health and encourages important conversations about prevention, early detection, and healthy lifestyle choices. Again, thank you to the Collier County Board of Commissioners for this special recognition and for helping shine a light on kidney disease and recognize the important work of nephrology nurses. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I get a motion to
So
approve
moved,
the
Mr. Chairman,
proclamation?
to approve the proclamation.
Yes, sir. All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign. All right, proclamation is approved. County manager.
Tom, how many people do we have on public comment?
We have 6 registered, 4 in the room, 2 on Zoom.
All right. We do have a 9:30 time certain, but we can get started with our public comment, and then we'll move over to that. So item 7 is public comments. Tom?
Mr. Chair, our first registered speaker in the room is Rich Jovanovich. I'll also ask if we can queue speakers at both podiums in the interest of time. Our next speaker would be Garrett FX Byron.
Oh, wow. Go before Garrett.
I don't
For
see
the
him
record,
in the
Rich
room.
Ivanovich, I think in my career, this is the first time I've been on this portion of your agenda. I have a very simple request. The RLSA program, Rural Land Stewardship Area Program, the comp plan was recently amended and the Land Development Code was recently amended to add as a portion of the SSA designation process a mandatory grantee, which is the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission. Most people probably thought that was innocuous, no big deal that they became a mandatory grantee, until they recently said they don't want to be a grantee of these easements. So, unless there's certain circumstances. So they've requested that they not be a mandatory grantee, that they become an optional grantee under both the Growth Management Plan and the Land Development Code. Why that's important is we have several SSAs that are queued up and ready to go and come to you, but we can't move forward until the Growth Management Plan and the Land Development Codes are amended to move them from a mandatory grantee to an optional grantee. So the quickest way to get this to your attention was for me to show up today and ask you to direct your staff to process both the Growth Management Plan and the Land Development Code amendments. I've been talking to your staff about this issue for the past few weeks. I think they're pleased that I showed up today to make this request, so they didn't have to make the request. And that's our request today, is for you to direct staff to make those 2 changes to the Land Development Code and the Growth Management Plan, switching Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission to an optional grantee instead of a mandatory grantee, so we can continue to process the SSAs.
And we typically don't respond, just so we're already on it. It's under commissioner comments, and hopefully we'll give direction to our staff to make those effective changes.
I wish I'd have known that.
Well, we could call.
Call you? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Garrett FX Byron, and he will be followed by Jay Colhagen.
I don't see. Oh, yeah, there he is.
He's in the back. Nolan makes a lot better door than he does a window.
Jay, hold up. You're not up yet.
I'm next. Just getting teeing up.
Oh, you just broke our podium.
For the record, Garrett FX Byron. Basically, the reason I'm here is because I'm confused as to procedures involving what we called storage trailers on property that's zoned commercial. And I'm kind of like in the dark on this. And I sent out each one of the commissioners a package out to each individually, regular mail, and I never got a response from anybody. So I thought maybe I should hand deliver the question to them in the form of these things, which is what I'm going to do now.
You can just give them to the county manager and
Well, this is you.
Yes, I'll give him. Yep.
thank you. Yeah, I didn't get any.
For the record, consider yourself served, right? I'm not a lawyer. Thank God. My father was a very good one, though. Thank you.
Mr. Byron, if you don't mind, can you put the timer back on the podium you knocked off on the floor?
Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, your briefcase. I don't know. Tom, you take care of it. I think.
It's not the getting down that's the problem.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Jay Colhagen, and he will be followed by Sergey Kelly.
Hey, Jay Colhagen, Precinct 4, 34 committee man and candidate for Mosquito Control Commissioner. Who really controls growth in Florida anymore? I understand that the legislature passes laws like Live Local and the new one, SB 686. Our commissioners are required to follow state law. But here's the question. What happens to the Collier County's own growth management plan and future land use plan when Tallahassee keeps creating exceptions to them? We spent years of planning on how this community should grow, where development belongs, and the infrastructure can support, and what our residents want. If the state can continually override those plans, then what is the value of local planning? I'm not asking this board to violate state law. I'm asking you to defend the local authority you still have and make your voices heard when Tallahassee takes more of it. Local control should mean something. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay.
Our next registered speaker in the room is Sergey Kelly, and then we'll go to speakers on Zoom.
You can go either podium, sir. You don't have to. Yeah.
All right, good to be back here. Do want to speak out against general developments in the county, especially on the northeast area of the county with the Panther, with areas near Big Cypress, the Panther Refuge. Furthermore, I think every meeting you're going to have people, or hopefully have people, talk about developments in the counties, because we've seen a repeated pattern, not one that's random or seems out of the blue, but a repeated pattern where, you know, rural lands get developed, wild lands get developed, Sable Palm, we've had Corkscrew, all these massive developments. And the fact is, it doesn't have to be the Everglades or a national preserve to be a wild area that animals can use, that people enjoy, and that even Floridians in the past generations have enjoyed, and now the future generations are wondering what's left for us and for even the grandkids of them. So furthermore, I think also the rule, or I would maybe look at more of a recommendation not to talk about things on the future agenda items, is kind of confusing, especially, obviously I love seeing the American flag here displayed boldly in the room, obviously proud American, but I think the First Amendment should apply very strongly, especially in commission meetings, especially in Florida, which should be the free state, even though we're seeing that threatened by flock and other intrusions and first liberties. So I think that recommendation of not being able to speak on future agenda items is very concerning, especially is it agenda items that are confirmed to be on the future agenda items or things that could be on the future agenda item? Because that's very tricky territory, especially it seems like that developments often go quicker than what we were perhaps told last meeting. That could be months for particular developments to come forward. So I think looking at that rule, again, I think it's more of a recommendation just given the country we're in, the state we're in, and hopefully the semblance for freedom. Furthermore, we know that you're not the only one in a stake in preserving Collier County. Obviously, the Army Corps of Engineers looks over many developments, and obviously the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Furthermore, we're seeing this repeated pattern. It should not keep happening, especially when we have, even in Miami-Dade, there's threats with Everglades developments. There's threats of here with Everglades developments. And I'll just implore you and encourage you that it doesn't have to be the national park or the Panther Refuge to be protected, especially when we just saw near the I think it's a Railway Scrub Preserve, that development improved after 40 years of being in gridlocked. Of course, 40 years ago, this county looked very different in terms of wild land. And even though we have the constitutional amendment on protecting the environment in Florida passed in the 70s, and we have the one just now that was the right to hunt and fish, unfortunately, we're going to need another one that's just the protection of wild lands if things continue, because we won't have the ability to hunt or fish if things keep going. So I would just say that, remove the unconstitutional recommendation not to speak on future agenda items, and please do not approve in any measure or stance Hyper Club.
Had to squeeze it in. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I felt somewhat compelled to make a comment about the public presentations. As many of you have noted in the past, I've been around for a while.
Yes.
I've been in front of dozens of cities, many counties, school boards, and I will tell you this board goes further than any board that I've ever been in front of to permit public comment. In terms of the public comment that we permit twice during our meeting, before the meeting and at the end of the meeting, that's not required. we don't have to let people just come to the podium and speak whatever they want to speak about. And so when someone says we're violating the Constitution or we're restricting people's right to speak, I will say publicly every time, this board has done more to permit public comment than any other board that I've ever been in front of, and that's a bunch of different boards. So take some exception to those comments.
Thank you. Who's next, Tom?
Our next registered speaker is on Zoom, Dave J. Dave, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. I see you're unmuted, Dave.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes.
All right, good morning. My name is Dave J., Chairman of the Lee County Taxpayers Association. I'm raising critical environmental and fiscal warnings regarding Collier County's pending $11.6 million purchase of 1.2 miles of fluid railroad dirt, which the Collier County appraiser values at just $104,000. Taxpayers are being set up for an unbudgeted $10.3 million in Phase 2 construction and cleanup costs. The pollution investigation reports were officially due from the railroad on August 12, 2026, but remain secret. Once a pollution report is delivered, the commission has a strict 30-day window to evaluate the data and reject the purchase. If you fail to act within 30 days, the county automatically accepts this corridor as is and where is, shifting 100% of future pollution cleanup costs from the railroad to taxpayers. I filed a formal environmental hazard complaint with Collier County government on June 15, 2016, pointing out this contract relies on deeply flawed pollution testing rules. To date, my complaint has not been addressed. Soil core borings are capped at a maximum depth of 4 feet, leaving water tables unexamined, even as future construction digs deep bridge footings for Old 41 crossing. Technicians are forced to blend soil specimens together, diluting localized toxic hotspots. The contract restricts testing to the main track center line while excluding 3 active commercial sidetracks, the Immokalee Tomato Growers, NT Gargiolio, and Kruling Industries, where industrial chemical handling occurred for over 100 years. The railroad has veto power to approve or reject any follow-up groundwater testing. The contract testing excludes common industrial railroad contaminants, including VOCs, like degreasers and solvents, diesel fuel, pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, dioxins, and PCBs. Collier County's Pollution Control Director confirmed to me that department was never asked to participate in, evaluate, or monitor this railroad testing. We asked this board to order an immediate administrative hold, make public all overdue environmental files, and refuse to close until comprehensive, independent, deep soil and groundwater testing are conducted under Collier County's pollution staff and FDEP oversight. The source documents are usataxfighters.org/issues. We want the railroad and these corporations to pay for their pollution, not the taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker on Zoom is Rachel Bowen. Rachel, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. Rachel Bowen. We'll give Rachel one more chance to unmute herself. All right, we will come back to Rachel. Our last registered speaker on Zoom, Dylan Scott. Dylan, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself.
Yep, I got it now.
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to start off by saying thank you to the board for allowing public comment via Zoom. I know some of these county commission meetings, it's either, show up in person and otherwise you don't have an opportunity to provide public comment. So I do appreciate the opportunity to call in remotely and give public comment. So thank you there. But I just want to generally talk about, the development across the county, especially in the rural areas of this county, and just caution the commission, there is a lot of special interest in regards to conserving the land out there, protecting the wildlife corridor for our native wildlife, including the Florida panther and Florida black bear. And, it's been kind of a trend over the last several decades in this state, seeing this development of our untouched natural areas continue and continue. And my concern is with Amendment 3 being on the ballot this November, which would exempt homestead taxes for residents, for certain residents. My concern is if that were to pass, then we would see unfettered development across many counties across the state. And I just really want to urge the county commissioners to really understand the importance that these natural areas provide, not only to county residents, but to folks across the state and across this country that travel here, whether to, visit Big Cypress or, try and see a Florida panther. That's somebody's bucket list item, a lot of people's bucket list items, to see a Florida panther or a Florida black bear in the swamps of Southwest Florida. And also, throughout the agenda items, the last several months that I've been following Collier County, I see a lot of motions to amend the land development code to, kind of weaken it to allow for, changes to that development code to allow developers to, exceed some thresholds or make changes to that established code. And I just want to caution, the more and more we change this code, it really hampers the integrity of that code. And I'll just say, what's the point of a code if we just keep on, making amendments to it to tailor to the developers? So I'd really appreciate if the commission could really, and the land use planning committee could really focus more on infill development instead of, moving further and further east into the rural parts of this county and developing, untouched or minimally impacted lands, and try and preserve that for future generations, and to provide for ecosystem services that all our natural areas do provide to us as a state at really minimal cost to us. So again, I appreciate the opportunity to give public comment, and I look forward to following the proceedings today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'll give Rachel one more shot.
Yeah, go
to
ahead.
unmute yourself. Rachel Bowen is our next registered speaker. Rachel, I see you've received the prompt to unmute yourself. Rachel Bowen. Don't think we have Rachel today, so that's our final registered speaker, sir.
All right, Tom. Well, thank you. Well, this will close the portion of our public speaking in this part of the agenda. County Manager.
Yes, sir. That brings us to our 9:30 time certain. This is items 11A and 11B. Item 11A is a recommendation to award request for proposal 25-8420, Tourism International Representation, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg markets to Diamande GmbH & Co. KG authorize the chair to execute the agreement and make a finding that this action promotes tourism. Item 11B is a recommendation to award request for proposal 25-8419, Tourism International Representation UK and Ireland Market to OMMAC Limited. Authorize the chair to execute the agreement and make a finding that this action promotes tourism. Mr. Jay Tusa, your Division Director of Tourism, is here to present.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
Good morning, Jay.
For the record, Jay Tusa, Tourism Division Director. Thank you, Tom, for pulling that up. I appreciate it. I thought real quick before we got into the two contract renewals that I would just do a quick quarterly update for the board, so you can kind of see where we are in the state of tourism in Collier County. So I will present some information on the last quarter and also year-to-date information. So with that, I'll just kind of jump right into the... Tom, can you advance it? Thank you. All right. So here you see a slide, April through June, tourism metrics. Tourism performance during the April through June quarter was positive overall. Collier County welcomed approximately 754,000 visitors, an increase of 9.4% compared to the same period last year, with visitor days increased nearly 10% to just over 5 million. These visitors generated approximately $802 million in direct spending and nearly $962 million in total economic impact. That represents an increase of 8% and 11.5% respectively. Overall, room nights were essentially flat, totaling 705,200 compared with 708,300 last year, a decline of 0.4%. Occupancy was also virtually unchanged at 59.7% compared with 59.8% last year. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Ed. Appreciate that. Even with occupancy remaining relatively flat, lodging revenue performance was strong. The average daily rate increased 9.8% to approximately $355. The revenue per available room increased 9.6% to nearly $212. Let's see if I can advance this. Oh, perfect. All right, the next slide. Looking at the first 9 months of the fiscal year, the overall tourism indicators remain positive. From October through June, Collier County welcomed approximately 2.25 million visitors, an increase of 4.5%. Visitor days increased 7.2% to nearly 16 million. Fiscal year to date, visitor spending reached approximately $2.54 billion, an increase of 4.7%. Total economic impact exceeded $3 billion, representing an increase of 9.4%. Overall, room nights increased 2.1%, while occupancy remained stable at approximately 64%. The average daily rate increased 8.1% to nearly $397, and revenue per available room increased 8.2% to approximately $252. Overall, the destination is generating more visitor activity and greater economic value while maintaining stable occupancy and stronger lodging revenue performance. That performance is also reflected in tourist development tax collections. Through June, the county collected approximately $44.3 million in tourist development tax revenue, compared with approximately $40.1 million during the same period last year. That represents an increase of 10.3%, or approximately $4.1 million. These collections provide additional resources for the tourism-related purposes authorized by the county and demonstrate the continued economic importance of tourism to our community. We also saw an encouraging shift in international visitation during June. International visitation increased 10.8% year over year from approximately 11,100 visitors in June 2025 to 12,300 visitors in June 2026. This was the first month since January 2025 to record a year-over-year increase in international visitation. The strongest gains came from Canada, which increased 16.3%, and approximately 4,300 visitors to 5,000, and Central and South America, which increased 100% with approximately 600 to 1,200 visitors. International visitation is one of the components of broader tourism performance, which provides useful context as we move into items 11A and 11B. And I'm happy to answer any questions about these tourism numbers before we move into those other two items.
See no questions from here. So
all right, great.
Continue on, Jay.
All right, well, with that, we will move on. So before asking the board to consider the two recommendations that we have, items 11A and B, we're going to put them together in one presentation. We have brought together some of our reps, our global sales manager, Claudia Wood, and also Russell Mira of Ablo, who represents the international travel trade. So we thought that it would be good. We also have Downs and St. Germain here, who present some economic data. So we thought it'd be good for you to kind of hear kind of an overall perspective of the international marketing efforts from our reps and from a client, and then also the economic perspective from Downs and St. Germain. And with that, I will turn it over to Claudia Wood, our global sales manager.
Thank you, Jay. Good morning, Commissioners. Claudia Wood, Global Sales Manager for the record. So as you can see in the slide here, the two contracts represent two different areas. One is the UK and Ireland, and the other is Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg. These markets have historically been important to Florida's international source markets and continue to be important to the Paradise Coast. Why are they important to the Paradise Coast? International visitors are a high-value segment. They typically stay longer than the domestic visitor. They stay anywhere between 7 and 13 days. They also travel during the summer and shoulder seasons, helping generate business during our need periods. And that spending supports hotels, restaurants, attractions, retailers, transportation providers, and local jobs throughout Collier County. It also generates tourist development tax and local tax revenues that support tourism promotion and other authorized projects and programs. And maintaining a year-round presence in these markets helps keep Paradise Coast in front of the travel trade and media who influence international travel to our destination. So with that, I would like to now introduce Natasha Managing Director and founder of Diamond. Natasha will explain how in-market representation functions as an extension of our sales team and why consistent year-round presence remains important to this market. And with that, I'll turn it over to Natasha.
Thank you. Natasha Manik, Managing Director of Diamond, for the record. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to briefly explain why in-market representation is so important to ensure Paradise Coast remains actively sold across European markets. Please move on to the next slide. No, sorry, Claudia, sorry, back. I cannot see the slides any longer. European travelers approach long-haul travel differently from domestic travel. For a complex journey such as the United States, they frequently rely on travel professionals because they want contractual and financial protection, as travel agents and tour operators hold licenses, are bonded, and the client's money is fully protected. Basically, they want intermediaries if their plans are disrupted. Travel agents advise the individual customer. Tour operators contract and package hotels and experiences, build itineraries, and distribute them through thousands of travel agencies and booking systems. This distinction matters because in-market representation is not primarily about placing advertising or running consumer campaigns. Those activities can be commissioned from anywhere. Representation works at a different level. It builds and manages the trade relationships that determine whether a destination is visible in systems and understood by travel advisors. A campaign may generate attention, but attention alone does not make a destination easy to book. Next slide, please. Representation work is fundamentally about partnerships. This is especially important for the local tourism businesses. Your tourism providers will have difficulties efficiently establishing relationships with hundreds of European tour operators. Representation brings them together as one compelling destination and gives them access to a distribution system they could not individually maintain. Without this coordination, Collier County's smaller tourism businesses would be affected most. If Paradise Coast becomes less supported, tour operators will prioritize destinations that remain present and therefore easier to sell. Next slide, please. European visitors are especially valuable because they help support the county during the value season and generate stay longer. To give an example, June through September is the main European vacation period. In Germany, employees commonly receive 6 weeks of paid vacation annually, allowing them to travel for 3 weeks at a time. Reaching them requires knowledge and relationships, which we have built through more than 20 years of continuous engagement. In the European markets, longevity is essential. We still work with very traditional patterns. A consistent presence builds the trust needed to sustain and grow business. Once this presence is withdrawn, it cannot simply be switched back on. In closing, for the last slide, please. The question is not whether Europeans will continue to appreciate Southwest Florida. They will. But affection for a destination does not automatically translate into revenue. Nor does past visitation guarantee that the next booking will come here, particularly when international travelers have more choices than ever. In-market representation is therefore not simply about generating visibility or reminding people that Paradise Coast exists. It converts that awareness and affection into measurable results and ensures that the business is not redirected elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. So Natasha has explained that international representation is fundamentally a sales function built around continuous relationships, market knowledge, and an active presence within the travel trade. And so now we'll move on to Una McCullough-Boyle, Managing Director of OMAC Limited. And Una will explain how sustained PR and media relations complement our sales and trade efforts, build credibility through earned editorial coverage, and keep the Paradise Coast visible and competitive across European markets. Go ahead, Una.
Thank you, Claudia. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Una McCullough-Boyle, Director OMAC based in the UK. And the next slide, please. I am sorry, I cannot see the slide, so I'm hoping we're on the first one. PR and communications are part of our fully integrated approach to international representation and helps us differentiate Florida's Paradise Coast. Our role is to keep Paradise Coast visible and relevant when travel decisions are being influenced and made. Our trade relationships help develop product, programs, and offers consumers can actually book, while PR provides the storytelling credibility to those opportunities in market. The demand for Florida and USA is there. Our job is to ensure Paradise Coast captures its share. Next slide, please. This slide demonstrates PR in action. Last year, our international activity generated more than $2 million in earned media value, including top-tier media coverage reaching the high-value visitor Paradise Coast targets. This is independent editorial endorsement, trusted third parties telling their audience why Paradise Coast is a must-visit destination. That credibility is built on relationships developed and maintained over many years. Next slide, please. Moving on and looking how we inspire and drive booking conversion. The Telegraph is a great example. We cultivated this relationship with an award-winning journalist over time, resulting in this double-page feature within their special USA 250th anniversary coverage. Importantly, we also worked with a leading tour operator to include an offer and call to action connecting consumers directly to bookable Paradise Coast product. So the coverage didn't simply inspire, it provided a pathway from inspiration towards booking. That's where PR and trade connect, turning awareness into booking opportunity, supporting visitation, room nights, and economic impact for Collier County. Next slide, please. And finally, why consistency and continuity matter. Paradise Coast competes with destinations globally for international travellers with enormous choice, many backed by significantly greater marketing investment and spend. We may not be able to outspend them, but our relationships, market knowledge, and continuous presence enables Paradise Coast to compete effectively for its share. Those relationships with journalists, operators, advisors, and industry partners have been built over many years, and they have to be maintained. If we step away, the market doesn't stand still. Competitors continue building relationship, increasing share of voice, and competing for that business. The value of sustained in-market representation is keeping Paradise Coast present, competitive, and connected to the people who influence international visitation. It's about protecting market share and positioning Florida's Paradise Coast for future growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Una. So Una has shown how continuous media engagement turns market presence into credible editorial coverage, consumer awareness, and support for our broader sales and trade activity. Just as with the trade relationships Natasha described, these media relationships build over time and must be maintained to retain their value. And so now I'll pass on to Russell Mira, He is the CEO and founder of Ablo, a global travel trade engagement platform. Ablo currently engages approximately 14,000 travel advisors daily in the UK and Ireland, and further expansion into Scandinavia and Europe is expected later this year. Russell will present comments from James Killick as well regarding the importance of sustained international representation in the Paradise Coast Partnership with the international travel industry. Go ahead, Russell.
Thank you, Claudia, and good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Russell Mira, and I am the CEO and founder of Hablo, based in the UK. To give you all some perspective on my experience, I've worked in the travel industry for 30 years. I started my career as a travel advisor selling holidays. I then worked my way up in the product and marketing departments for some of the UK's largest tour operators before spending over a decade in destination representation. I then founded Hablo 6 years ago. My career has given me some first-hand experience of each of the industry sectors that will ultimately be impacted in some way by today's decision. To start, we have the quote that you can see from James Killick at Virgin Atlantic Holidays, one of the UK's largest tour operators to Florida. His quote highlights the long-term relationships that these key tour operator partners demand from destinations to not only support short-term sales, but more importantly, to drive long-term sustainability and continued growth. Next slide. As you've heard already this morning, your in-market reps really do play a critical role in connecting your destination and your stakeholders to travel partners who can drive incremental sales, in creating cut-through in a crowded marketplace, maintaining relevance, presence, and confidence in the destination. And they also support the international airlift into Florida, which is the lifeblood for your destination's future growth. And there are also numerous reports from organizations such as the US Travel Association that highlight historical case studies proving the negative results that destinations have experienced from reducing investment in overseas source markets. And from a personal note at Hablo, we've spent the last 6 years heavily researching educational theory as well as cognitive and behavioral science. And one of the core principles that scientific research has found is based on is Ebbinghaus's forgetting curve, which tells us that we as humans forget information very quickly, almost as soon as we first learn it. The only way to combat the forgetting curve is spaced repetition of that information, always on reinforcement, which leads to longer term memory retention. And in this context, it leads to sales confidence for the travel advisors who are selling your destination, and destination confidence for the consumers that are thinking of traveling to your destination. If you remove that reinforcement layer, you will lose that knowledge and confidence very quickly. And that's not my opinion, that's the biology. So, to finish, cutting international investment will 100% result in the Paradise Coast becoming Florida's forgotten coast. I would therefore urge the board to approve the contract renewals so your in-market teams can continue the excellent work they are doing on behalf of your destination and your stakeholders. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Russell. So we have now heard how in-market representation operates and why it matters from both our representatives and an international industry partner. I would now like to bring the discussion back to Collier County and the measurable economic value associated with visitation from these markets. To present the research, I would like to introduce James Brentel, Project Director and Economic Research Lead at Down and St. Germain Research. James will walk us through the fiscal year 25 economic impact, broader community benefits, and external visitation benchmark shown on the next 2 slides. You got the slides?
Yep. Thanks, Claudia. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, James Brindle, Project Director and Economic Research Lead at Downs and St. Germain Research. I don't have a cool accent like the speakers before me, but I hope you'll bear with me for just a few minutes while I give you an overview of the economic impact figures and some insight into them for our UK and German markets. So this first slide, I will just go over a high-level view of the FY25 economic impact figures for visitors, specifically from UK and Germany. One caveat I just want to make up front is that each international contract, as you've heard, covers a broader market area. So the UK market also includes Ireland, and the German market also includes Austria, Switzerland, Benelux, etc. For our purposes, our estimates on this slide are specifically for the main two countries within each market, so Germany and UK, so they are on the conservative side. So I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind. So for the UK alone, it accounted for roughly 37,000 visitors, nearly 38 million in direct spending, and about 45.6 million in total economic impact in FY25, while Germany accounted for roughly 42,500 visitors, approximately 44 million in direct spend, and 52 million in economic impact. Again, as you can see, these aren't marginal markets. These are large European markets driving visitation to the area, and they're generating meaningful visitation, spending, and business activity and tax revenue for the county. We're not attributing every visitor or every international dollar spent solely to our international representatives, as we all understand. Air service, exchange rates, economic conditions, marketing and tour operator distribution, and the strength of the Paradise Coast visitor experience all play a role. But as we've heard, the representatives do maintain relationships, trade access, and market intelligence, and year-round visibility that lets the Florida's Paradise Coast thrive in the European international market. We can go to the next slide. So this slide is basically just taking those numbers we saw on the previous slide and kind of translating them into what that actually means for the local economy in a different way. So in FY25, UK and German visitors supported an estimated 780 local jobs in the economy, about 33.2 million in local wages, and an estimated 1.9 million in net tax benefit to Collier County. And then on the right side, we have an external benchmark where we compare our own visitation estimates with the national estimates from the National Travel and Tourism Office's survey of international air travelers. As you can see footnoted below that table, the methodologies and sample sizes differ, so they aren't meant to match exactly or be exactly apples to apples, but they do both point to substantial European visitation, and again, as you can see, suggesting that our figures are likely on the more conservative side. Together, the spending, jobs, wages, and tax benefits that we see on these two slides show that international visitors from the UK and German markets do provide substantial economic benefit to the county, and I hope this provides some economic context for the staff's recommendations. I will pass it back on over to Jay. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, James. The research demonstrates the scale of these international markets and the tangible economic benefits they provide to Collier County. That brings us to three primary reasons staff recommends awarding these contracts. There we go. First, markets produce a substantial economic return on investment for Collier County. Nearly $98 million in total economic impact and approximately $3.47 million in total taxes provide important context for Collier County's investment in international representation. Representation is not the sole cause of that economic activity, but it helps preserve market access, trade relationships, destination visibility, and distribution channels required to compete for it. The representatives also provide year-round services that cannot be duplicated effectively through occasional sales missions or periodic advertising alone. I'll keep doing that. Second, these contracts maintain our competitive position. Paradise Coast competes not only with other Florida destinations, but with destinations throughout the United States and around the world. Many competing Florida destinations maintain their own in-market representatives and pursue the same tour operators, travel advisors, airline partners, and travelers. If we reduce our presence, international travelers do not stop traveling. Other destinations become more visible, more frequently recommended, more widely packaged, and more likely to receive the booking. The relationships, trust, and market knowledge developed over the many years are valuable, but they are not permanent assets. They require continued communication and engagement to retain their value. And third, international travelers frequently travel during our summer and shoulder seasons. That produces room nights and visitor spending during periods when incremental demand is particularly important to our lodging partners and other tourism businesses. It also generates tourist development tax revenue and supports employment and business activity beyond our traditional peak season. Attracting the right visitor at the right time is an important part of maintaining a healthy year-round visitor economy. For those reasons, staff request that the board approve these recommendations and award RFP 25-8420 to Demand GmbH and Company KG and RFP 25-8419 to OMAC Limited, and authorize the chair to execute the agreements and make the required findings that each action promotes tourism. And then certainly staff and the presenters are here to answer any questions that the board might have.
See nobody lit up?
We got public speakers.
Okay. Nope, none of them all lit up. Tom, do we have public speakers?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and let's hear them first before we get into our questions.
We have 4 registered speaker, 1 in the room, 3 on Zoom. Our first registered speaker in the Zoom is Anat Cooperman.
Good morning.
My name is Anat Cooperman. My husband and I own Sand Dollar Shelling and Boat Tours. I would like to thank the Collier County Board of Commissioners for the opportunity to share my experience with the international representation contracted by the CVB. The 2 individuals that we are discussing today and their contracts are instrumental into our success in the European market. I had the pleasure of meeting them in May and working alongside them at a conference, and the exposure that they have given our company and our community in general is unsurpassed to anything that we've had before. They have put us in contact with tour operators, given us and them the information so that we can work together, and also supported us in learning how to gain access to the receptives where we can be contracted to work with these tour operators. Tour operators typically don't want to work directly with the provider in the community because they need insurance guarantees and different things for their clients when they're coming to the market. So with the support of Annette and Una, we were able to gain access to these receptives, to gain relationships with them, to help better serve the guests that are coming into the community. We analyzed our numbers last night to see our international reach, and to date this year, we surpassed last year's annual numbers by 3% already as of yesterday. So we are very thankful to the 2 of them. There is not a morning that I don't wake up to an email from Europe asking me for some information, asking for pictures, asking for some questions to be answered for the tour operators that are sending their travel agents here and their clients here. And without their representation, another destination would definitely take our place. There are many places in Florida that people can go, and we want them to come here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker on Zoom is Ashish Patel. You should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. And I see you've unmuted.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Ashish Patel. I'm writing to you today to highlight the critical role that international tourism plays in sustaining the economic health of our communities, particularly in the Everglades and Marco Island. As the owner of Captain Jack's, Jungle Herbs, and Wooten's Airboat Tours, and I'm also the Everglades National Park concessionaire. I own 5 small hotels across Everglades City and Marco Island. Our businesses are dedicated to showcasing the unique environment of the Everglades to the world. However, the reality of running these enterprises year-round relies heavily on global visitation. Capturing this international audience is not a passive effort. It is directly driven by the dedicated work of tourism marketing representatives, particularly in Europe, because that is a huge draw for us. These overseas representatives are indispensable to our local economy. By actively promoting the Paradise Coast to European tour operators and travel agents, they ensure our region remains a premier destination for international holidaymakers. Their efforts directly support Collier County in several vital ways. The European market is a massive draw for our local commercial ecosystem. These international guests tend to book longer stays and spend comprehensively while they are here. The revenue they generate circulates deeply throughout our community, supporting grocery stores, gas stations, independent restaurants, and countless other small businesses that rely on stable visitation. While domestic travel peaks during our busy winter season, international visitors often take extended European summer holidays, particularly during our slower summer and fall months. Because right now we've kind of entered a period between like mid-August to like mid-October. And I'll just be honest with you, it sucks because it just completely drops off. And if we don't have that, that international visitation, it just makes it really, really difficult, especially for our airboat captains, our hotel staff, our maintenance crews, and our guides to provide, really a good, stable life for their families right here in Collier County, rather than facing a seasonal layoff. So we like to be able to keep everybody year-round as much as possible. So when our marketing partners in the UK, Germany, and other European areas send visitors to our coast and the Everglades, they are actively supporting the livelihoods of our local workforce, and they generate vital tax revenue for the county. So we really remain deeply grateful for the board's continued support of our region's tourism and marketing initiatives. I really welcome the opportunity to speak to you further about this, to see if we can collaborate to keep this effort going. It is hugely helpful for us, and really appreciate you considering this to move it forward.
Our next registered speaker on Zoom is Althea Allen. Althea, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. I see you've unmuted.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. I represent Naples Grand Beach Resort in the capacity as Director of Leisure Sales. So on behalf of Naples Grand Beach Resort, I wanted to express our strong support for the in-market representation that Naples Marco has established across key European feeder markets. Working with these teams over the past several years has been extremely beneficial, not only for our resort, but also for hotels throughout the destination. Their efforts have played an important role in showcasing the diverse experiences and offerings across Naples Marco Island. I've had the opportunity to travel with the team both internationally at trade shows and within the United States, which has allowed me to experience firsthand the work they conduct within their respective markets. They are extremely engaged with tour operators, tour wholesalers, media, and consumers. And I believe they serve as a valuable extension of Naples Marco Island CVB. Their strong relationships, market knowledge, and consistent presence continue to build awareness and generate interest in our destination. Their efforts have directly benefited Naples Grand Beach Resort on numerous occasions. We have had several opportunities to showcase our resort to key tour operators, travel agents, airline executives that are booking the destination on educational trips, which has contributed to increased room night production and keeping our property and destination top of mind within their important markets. With Naples Grand Beach Resort currently undergoing a significant retransformation and brand transition, the team has already taken an active role in communicating these exciting upcoming changes throughout the market. We're also working with the team on an educational tour from Germany in November, which will provide an opportunity to introduce the newly renovated resort to key tour operators and media, while highlighting the exciting developments that are taking place throughout the destination. Without the support and commitment of these in-market teams, opportunities such as these would be much more difficult to achieve. We greatly value the partnership and believe their continued representation is essential to maintaining the momentum, awareness, and growth in these important international markets. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you.
Our final registered speaker on Zoom is Karen Smith. Karen, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. I see you've unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning. For the record, my name is Karen Smith, and I'm a consultant for the Naples Bay Resort on Fifth Avenue, and I have worked for the Naples Bay Resort for over 7 years. So by now, you have heard the value of having our two representation firms to both Collier County and to the hotels and restaurants and attractions to the region. I'd just like to contribute my testament to OMAC and Diamond as well for Naples Bay. We are an independent hotel, so that means that we don't have a very large brand like Marriott or Hilton that has a global sales team. We rely on our representation in the international markets to help us get the word out about Naples Bay Resort. One thing that we really need to mention is the value of the networks that these two representation firms have in these regions. It's hard to quantify the years and years of work that these firms have done on our behalf. Not only do they know all the tour operators, they know the consumers, they know the agencies, they know where to go to get the business, they know how to sell the region. They have very deep and vast knowledge of the products in Naples and Collier County. So it's hard to quantify that if we were to lose that. We would be set back significantly. It may not happen immediate, but mark my words, it would happen because my resort depends upon this international business. As Claudia explained, international travelers, they have a long haul flight. So they come in and they need to stay longer to relax and unwind. We need that long guest length of stay. It helps us with our expenses. It also helps us improve our F&B sales and ancillary spending. So that's one of the reasons why we need this international market more than per se the domestic market. They're flying to the region. By the sheer fact that they're flying into the region, they're flying into RSW or perhaps even Miami and Fort Lauderdale. If you consider the many options that people have from those three airports, it's really important for our representation to showcase why Naples over other areas like Fort Lauderdale, Sarasota, you know, some of the other, like Fort Myers, for example. So we're fighting for those tourism dollars. They have relationships with large companies called Door Tour, Virgin Atlantic Holidays, and British Airways Holidays, which are very key to our particular hotel. So I would just like to commend them on the work that they've done for us. I have traveled with them as well. They have a passion for the region, for the Everglades, for the beaches. It's hard to replace that. So I would just like to make sure that you all understand the value of these two representation firms to Naples Bay Resort. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
All right, thank you, Tom. I have a few comments from my fellow colleagues up here, or questions. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I'm not in favor of extending these contracts. In my review of the contract, it's a $200,000 a year expense between the hard costs and the soft costs that are in there. The performance measures that were put out in the RFP, I consider to be inadequate. They're not good measurables and milestones for us to be able to track whether or not the efficacy of these expenditures are there. I'm not an expert in travel. I know enough to be dangerous, but I would rather we reinvest these funds with folks that do it every single day. The people that spoke to us online, the travel agent, the gentleman that owns the Mr. Patel that owns the airboat tours. I would rather partner with folks that are actually talking to the visitors that are going to come from our community. So I'm not in support of this. These are 3-year contracts with 2 one-year extensions, so it's a 5-year deal, whether you like it or not, and I don't like it.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. I have just a few comments, and then I'll wrap it up. But first, I want to just say to Mr. Tusa, thanks for the overview on metrics. We've talked before, and I've said, regardless if you're coming here to ask for a vote for finances or what have you, that a regular update here. I mean, unless you're the chair of the TDC, which one of us is, and we all take turns doing that, we don't get to do that deeper dive. And so I think it's important on the record to highlight how big these numbers are and how much we rely on tourism and how it affects the community. I live on Marco Island, lived there since 2012, and I can tell you everything I heard today is 100% correct. I mean, in a season when Marco Island could be a ghost town, it's a little less of a ghost town, primarily because of international visitors. I mean, I have a couple that live right next door to me, and also that use the hotel. So it's a big impact. The other thing I wanted to say, and some of the speakers mentioned it, but I just wanted to reiterate it. Sometimes, I'll hear from people who reply to my newsletter on this topic, and they'll just say, "Oh, you're just throwing money to bring in tourism to help all these businesses, and why do my tax dollars go to, help a hotel or help a restaurant?" I mean, my reply is always the same. Inside that restaurant are employees and families. You heard from a couple of them here, and so that reinvestment in those businesses is also what helps us thrive. And I always also end it by saying, if those businesses weren't kept alive and supported, once all the tourists leave, you wouldn't be enjoying Fifth Avenue. Every business would be closed, and we've seen some pretty successful businesses, go under because the margins are so tight. So I think when businesses survive, it helps the entire county, employees, and then that money comes back to us in reinvestment. When a restaurant's successful, they pay taxes, it comes to us, we fix roads, we do all kinds of things. So it's obviously common knowledge to this group, but just wanted to say it. I actually do support this in its entirety because I think the return on investment speaks for itself. We've sat in this room before and said, let's invest hundreds of millions of dollars into the sports complex because it's going to, it's going to come back to us tenfold with a soccer team and events and all types of things. And I don't dispute that. The more successful the sports complex is, and I just want to use real world examples. I'm not throwing any spears or rocks. I don't necessarily disagree with it. Same with Great Wolf Lodge. I mean, look what we invested money in there, and then a lot of the rationale was, oh my gosh, we're gonna give them $17 million and it's going to come back to us, 10, 100 times fold. I think it's the same thing here. First of all, or I'd say lastly, this is money you already have, so it's not like you're coming to us saying, can you give me $200,000 for free because we want to go above and beyond. Part of your charter says if you're going to spend more than a nickel, or I forget what the number is, but when it's a significant amount, you have to ask our permission to spend your own money. And I trust that, before you came into this meeting, you looked at all the possible options, and it's not a matter of rubber stamping, a contract. If you didn't think it was valuable, then we've talked enough that I don't believe that you'd come here. I will, however, say I agree with Commissioner McDaniel in the sense that I don't love super duper long-term contracts. And although the county manager reminds us, or county attorney reminds us at times, we always have an out in some way, shape, or form. I like to see, proof, every year. So not that somebody gets something and then they can kind of exhale and go, oh, good, we're riding on easy street for 5 years. And not that these contractors would do that, but I like to see a little more pressure. Your contract's contingent upon a certain type of performance, or that the out clause sometimes isn't fine print that, we can always get out of any contract, but it's actually in there, spelled out. So that would be the only suggestion I have when I looked over it. I don't have any issue with the investment, but the length of it. Now, in rebuttal to that, if I was one of those companies, I'd say, man, don't dangle me on a shoestring. Right. But then my reply to that would be, well, if you do your job, it's not a shoestring, and also too, this is business. So, this isn't the only company that does this. So I would want you to have the latitude to say, you know what, we just found out through comparing notes with 5 other counties there's a different company that maybe does it better, faster, cheaper, smarter. And before we go to that company, we want to go to the one we have a contract with, and we have an out clause and say, hey, we want the ability to renegotiate or just to re-energize you or whatnot. I wouldn't say it's the showstopper for me for this contract. Maybe hear your comments on it, but these longer term contracts sometimes can send the wrong signal, or they just don't seem as as competitively worded type thing, especially when so many different companies keep changing who do this. But I do support this in its entirety. Love to hear your comments on the length of the contract, and if you think that was something. I don't know if maybe some of this was discussed at the TDC, and 4 of the 5 of us weren't part of it because we don't sit on the TDC. But Commissioner Saunders, does. So he may have something, to add to sort of fill in the blanks. But, I support it in its entirety, and I've seen the effect. I know a lot of these business owners on and off Marco, and you had a few of them here, and I think it's a no-brainer that this investment, which is significant, comes back to us tenfold, just like all those other examples, I mentioned. So I don't know why we would stall the approval of you being able to spend your own money to do something that you feel is worth the investment. So.
Well, thank you. And if I could, real quick, Mr. Chairman, if I could respond to Commissioner LaCastro and Commissioner McDaniel's comments, because I think it's important. So as far as the length of the contract, the length of the term is important. In that way, it gives the vendor, the contractor, kind of some length of time to develop relationships and rapport and deals with different vendors out there. So I think the length is important, and so, but I do think though a metric in which we evaluate the vendors is important. And so we had a conversation with the clerk of court probably the end of April, if memory serves me correctly, to really develop some KPIs for these. And we weren't able to include it in this round of contracts, but it is definitely something that we can implement even after the fact. Where we put some KPIs in place where we evaluate this on an ongoing basis. So to the point you just made, Commissioner McDaniel made, if we're not happy with something, we can make some adjustments along the way as we go through the contract. And then if we're not happy for whatever reason, then to the point you made earlier, Commissioner, it's always the option of the board to cancel a contract. So we always have that in our back pocket should we need it. I don't think we need that. These contractors are both great. And so I think it's just a matter of developing those KPIs further. And so that way we monitor the work as we go along through the years.
Why couldn't you put it in this contract? It
was just the timing of it. It was just the timing of it when we talked to the clerk's office. Those contracts are already in hand by the vendors, and so in the process of being signed. So it wasn't something that we could have added at that point, but it is definitely something that we could add after the fact.
Okay. Stay closely connected with the clerk, because whatever she gives you in writing, trust me, she's done this before, and has saved us a lot of money and also made us a lot more efficient. So I'd be really supportive of seeing that in maybe a future amendment or something like if this passed.
Yeah.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm supporting both of these contracts, and will ultimately make a motion to approve these. But in support of them, we are fortunate to live in a community where tourism is a major industry. It's a clean industry, and it provides a lot of opportunities for entertainment and restaurants and everything associated with that. So we're very fortunate to have this industry in this county. We're very fortunate to have a professional team that's promoting Collier County, because I agree with the comment that memories are short. If we're not in the market, and if we're not in the market constantly, international travelers are not going to know about Collier County. This is a small price to pay for that type of visibility. If we make a mistake, if we say no to these contracts, Collier County is a beautiful place. Everybody knows about Collier County. We don't have to spend this money in promoting this environment. If we make a mistake, we lose momentum, and it takes years to get that momentum back. I don't want to see us make that type of a mistake. I think it's important that these contracts be approved. Now, there may be a better way to do things, and if there is, then we should investigate that going forward. But now is not the time to say, hey, we're going to stop this and do something differently. So, Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve both of these contracts.
I have a motion, but Commissioner McDaniel, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, no, I'm over here hunting the portion of the contract that I reviewed on Sunday that talked about the performance measures that are stipulated in these agreements, and totally dissatisfied with those performance measures. And again, I'm not speaking ill of you or anybody in particular with regard to this. It just is the lack of documentation to be able to actually touch. I don't disagree with my colleagues with regard to the necessity to stay in the market and to stay in front, but I would rather redirect the expense to a more tangible methodology to be able to ascertain whether or not the expense associated with these contracts can be touched. So I'm for predominantly that I'm not in support.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with everybody. I agree that the money that's spent for these international markets could very well be well spent money, but we don't know that. The KPIs that Mr. Tusa is talking about are key performance indicators. And the way that the RFP was written, it was written like so vague, like the requirement is to increase visitation. The requirement is to increase tax revenue. But we don't know by how much. You know, if we get 50 visitors last year and we get 51 this year, we have increased visitors. So I also agree with Commissioner Saunders that I'm a risk taker. I'm a risk taker at heart, but I don't want to risk losing momentum in our international market. I mean, we saw that we're up 10%. I have been inundated this morning with enough knowledge to make a decision. And I'm going to support it, but I'm also going to ask the question, why can't we include some key performance indicators in this current contract?
That's probably going to be a question for procurement. I don't know if we have any. Do we have anybody?
See any representation here?
So is there a possibility of postponing this decision until we can amend that? Maybe if we have to go back out for bid, maybe we have to bring it back up. If we take another 8 months, there could be some loss of momentum. I think 8 months is ridiculous to settle this issue. This should be done in 2 weeks. But I still want to ask the question, can we include the KPIs in this current contract so that next year when we come back here and we hear this long story again, in this sales pitch, that we have some actual hard data. This is what this produced. We were here last year. The key performance indicators were here. This is where we exceeded. This is where we failed.
I see Mr. Mullins approaching to the podium. Do you want to say something, sir?
Yes, sir. For the record, John Mullins, Director of Communications, Government and Public Affairs. A couple of observations. Hopefully they'll be beneficial. Number one, the 3-year contract with the 2 one-year renewals is a standard county contract structure. But also in that structure is the 30-day termination for convenience by the county when that notice is given in writing. So there is a way out of the contract. Pardon. Number two, as far as delaying this, we had to delay it already a little bit because of the in absentia meeting, so we're actually getting towards the end of the 180-day extension for this. So that causes a little bit of a problem, but you could authorize these contracts today, and then we could come back as soon as potentially the next meeting to amend those contracts to add the KPIs that you were mentioning here.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins.
I'd be happy with that.
Be happy with that. All right. You're still lit up.
I am.
It's been blinking in my face. Go ahead.
And again, I'm not throwing myself on the sword here. I'm expressing my discontent with these agreements. I found the key performance objectives, and they are nothing. That gentleman, right? I can't remember your name right now, but James, how do you do? You said it yourself. There are a litany of reasons why folks come to visit here in Southwest Florida. It has to do with market exchange. It has to do with weather. It has to do with hurricanes. It has to do with an enormous amount of items that allow people to make the decision to come here. My thoughts are these performance measures increase the length of stay, increase with no specificity on what that length of stay is or could be or is derived because we're hiring these people to solicit direct visitors, supposedly. Increase the number of hotel nights from the assigned markets. No specificity as to what those assigned markets are. What attainable data can we touch to ratify and justify what in fact we're offering to these folks? Expand the number of CBB partners. No specifics with regard to that. I don't want to blame procurement. Who generates the RFPs that go out for these people to come in? That's generated by us. It's generated by it's generated by our staff. And so I don't want to point the finger at procurement and say that this is not a happy agreement. So without being insulting, no disrespect to anyone, I'm not in support of this. I'm not in support of the methodology. I'm not in support of the performance measures, and I'm not in support of the term of the agreement by any stretch. I don't want to pass it just because we kind of sort of have to. I want it to be right the first time.
Commissioner Castro.
I would second Commissioner Saunders' motion if he elected to amend it slightly with what Mr. Mullins just said, is that we could approve it, but then you come back with some very specific key indicators. And remember, one reason I'm comfortable with that is we're all paddling in the same direction. We're on the same team. It's not like you guys are strangers, so I don't feel like it's a big reach to say, well, gosh, you're gonna approve it, and then these guys are gonna come back and they're gonna present you something that's unacceptable. You know, I mean, we all work this together. You know, your county staff as well. So I'd be comfortable that you're getting very specific guidance from us to come back with something impressive that our clerk of courts has blessed or feels pretty darn good about. And so, you know, it was designed with her and her office helping author it. I'd be very comfortable with that. I actually think the indicators you showed are about as specific as you can get. So, I mean, we've had this conversation before. I mean, you know, you're showing in black and white. More visitors come, more visitors spend money and all that. I mean, I don't know how much deeper you can go. Some of it is a little bit subjective. So, I mean, you know, to do a deeper dive, I don't know how much deeper you can get. I mean, and I think it's not like the numbers are so close. I mean, they're measurably going in a positive direction. So I think we are getting return on investment. But, you know, Commissioner Saunders already made a motion if he thinks or he agrees that maybe amending it, saying passing it with the stipulation that you'd be coming back might be a more specific way to, you know, cast the vote. I'm wondering his thoughts on that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure I understand, and I'd have to get the stipulation repeated and get an understanding what that does to this contract and where we are with it. I don't understand. I made a motion to approve the agreements as is. There's potentially a second. If there's an amendment to the motion, I'm not making that amendment until I understand what it is, what it does, and the impact on the contractors.
Yes, if it was the board's desire, we could come back after the adoption of the contracts today with contract amendments as soon as potentially the next meeting that go in and try to address some of the performance measures that were already discussed here, if that is the board's desire. If it's the board's desire to approve the contracts as is now, then we would not need that added to the motion and we would not return.
All right. Well, let me suggest this, because if we make a motion to approve these contracts with that stipulation, and it's going to come back in a couple of weeks, these guys aren't going to know what we're going to be doing with that. And they're not going to be required to accept that because we will have already approved an agreement. However, we have an ability to terminate an agreement, and it just creates some a real strange situation for people that are going to be exercising their responsibilities under this contract. So I'm not going to accept the amendment. I want to approve the agreements as is. We can always come back and come up with a mechanism to make these agreements better, and then we can go to the vendor and say we want to change this agreement and have that negotiation. But I don't want to put in motion something that's going to be, quite frankly, very confusing for everybody. So I'm going to stick with the motion. We do have to dispose of that motion. If there's no second to my motion, then of course we'd have to entertain another motion. But right now, I've made the motion. I don't accept the amendment.
Well, Commissioner LaCastro, you seconded, but you wanted to hear the difference.
But I'll clarify. So I'll second the motion to approve as is, but I think you're getting enough feedback from us that I'd be really impressed if at some point you came back after working with our clerk of courts and any others that you're dealing with because of some of the feedback you got here. So I second the motion to approve as is, because I think also too, the amendment, if in fact when you came back here, would just clarify more things. It wouldn't change the amount. So I agree with Commissioner Saunders. I approve the amount in full. And then, look forward to your continued regular return to keep us updated. And then if you thought there was more detail you wanted to add into the contract based on the feedback you're getting here, obviously, we're sort of expecting that. But I don't disagree with Commissioner Saunders, and I second his motion as is.
Yes, sir. We're happy to work on that for you, for the board.
Okay. So I have the motion as it reads and a second as it reads in front of us. Just real quick, a little clean up, just to remind the citizens out there that what we're talking about, these dollars are dollars collected by the hotel industry through visitors, and then these dollars are then put into our TDC, our tourism fund, and then through your board that you chair, you represent, and one of the commissioners sit on that board. This is the money we're talking about today to be spent. It's basically like a reinvestment. I mean, I know people in this room have had businesses before. You get to a point where you're making a profit, you want to expand your business or make it better. Sometimes you take a gamble with that money to invest back into your business. In a way, this is kind of like just a dumbed down version of what we're talking about here, is using these people's visitors' money that are already spent here to reinvest in them coming back in a kind of a layman's terms. And that's what we're looking at right now with this contract.
Yes, sir. That's
so with that, I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign.
Aye.
All right, 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Court reporter break. I had it written down.
When are we coming?
All right, it is 10:41. Let's come. 10:42. Let's come back at 10:52. Thank you.
10:52.
52. 10 minutes. Resume back to this board meeting. County manager, where are we at?
Yes, sir. We're going to 9A, and if it's the board's pleasure, we may want to take, since we're going to be talking all things Conservation Collier, immediately following 9A, we can take 11D and 11E because those are the acquisitions.
It makes sense because they're all
together
based around each other.
Yep. So let's start with 9A. This item was continued from the August 11th, 2026 BCC meeting. This is a recommendation to approve an amendment to Ordinance 2002-63, which established the Conservation Collier program. And Ms. Jamie Cook, your Director of Development Review, is making her way up.
Slowly.
Yeah.
I'm here. Good morning. Jamie Cook, your Development Review Director, for the record. So back in both March and in May, you had directed staff to make some changes to the Conservation Collier implementation ordinance based on certain properties that had been brought forward as part of both purchase agreements and the active acquisition list. In March, you had directed us to remove the list that we would hold properties for a year and then reevaluate them, as well as you had directed us to add uses through the intent to negotiate process. And in May, you had asked us to update the executive summaries to reflect staff recommendations, not solely the advisory committee recommendations. When we presented those changes to you in June as part of the request to advertise, you had also directed staff to make some additional changes. These were all of the ones that we were told to change, including removing the issuance of bonds as one of the allowable disbursements, remove the responsibilities of the advisory committee if we were no longer acquiring property, which was in 2 locations within the ordinance, to allow for conservation easements to be vacated or to obtain easement use agreements, to simplify language that anybody could nominate a parcel, to remove the requirement for the BCC to vote on the active acquisition list prior to obtaining appraisals, and to remove the provisions that permanently extinguishes all development rights on Conservation Collier properties. So those changes were all made. And then with that, our recommendation is to adopt the ordinance as presented, amending Ordinance 2002-63. With that, I can take any questions, and if you do have specifics about the language, I do have it in the presentation. I just didn't want to go through all of them.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, but I'd like to hear from the public if there are public speakers.
Yeah, let's do that. All right. Tom?
Yes, sir. Just to confirm, Brad Cornell, I believe at the beginning of the meeting, Commissioner Saunders made the motion for him to speak for 10 minutes because I have some people who ceded time to him.
So I if I can chime in, I think what Brad's presentation would be better with 11D, which is the purchase agreements. I know he wants to speak about the ordinance, but for the presentation part, I think it would be better with the purchase agreements.
Let's let Brad decide how he wants to make the presentation, because I know he's got comments on this ordinance, and if we pass this ordinance and then go on to the other presentations, he will have not been able to comment on the ordinance. Unless I'm misunderstanding something there.
No. I was going to say he can have his comments on the ordinance, but the presentation that I think he's planning on giving on the multi-parcel
this
projects.
Is just the ordinance right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, our first registered speaker is Brad Cornell. We have 2 speakers that are ceding time to Mr. Cornell, Marissa Figueroa and Gary Bromley.
Thank you very much. I'm Brad Cornell. I'm here on behalf of Ottoman Western Everglades. I'm the policy director for them. And I have some amended, suggested and recommended comments and edits to the draft ordinance revisions that you have in front of you. And I shared a version of this a little while ago, and appreciate some conversations that I've had with several of you and also with staff. And so that's been really helpful. And so in response to those conversations, we have suggested some revised amendments, and that's what's on the paper in front of you. And I could put it on the visualizer, but I don't have a clean copy. Sorry. Maybe Amy, if you don't mind. Sorry. So if I may go through these, and I just wanted to note that you have two versions that are on the agenda. There's a red line version and there's a county attorney's office stamped version. They have two different sets of lines. So the line numbers that I'm referring to on this are from the county attorney's office, the CAO stamped version. So on line 326 is the first recommendation, and it has to do with vacation of easements. And our question to that is just that to not say why you would vacate an easement sounds like, why would we have bought an easement if we're going to turn around and vacate it? So what we're recommending is that if you're going to, and this is in response to Jamie Cook's reply to Commissioner LaCastro, who asked her, well, what about these questions that Audubon Western Everglades raised? And saying that it's possible for a landowner to come in and vacate an easement or ask to vacate an easement. You would have to approve that. It can't just be done administratively. However, that scenario that she described would be for some sort of conservation gain, that they were going to trade for another parcel that was more valuable or something like that. That's not what this says. And so if that's what you intend, that if you want to vacate an easement for a greater conservation gain, that ought to be stated in the amendment. Otherwise, it doesn't sound right. It sounds like you're wasting, you're spending money on an easement unnecessarily. Line 363, taking the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee out of the program manual updates. We understand that mostly this is a staff function as the subject matter experts, but you do have an expert advisory committee that has significant experience and expertise that recommends and reviews what the staff create in terms of the manual. So we recommend keeping the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee role in that process. And you can describe it however you want, but it's an advisory role, and they review and participate in that. Same thing for line 377, taking the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee out of the Target Protection Area list creation. We're suggesting that even though staff lead that effort, again, as your other advisory committees, many that you have, they have experience and expertise that's valuable in that review of that manual. So we recommend that you keep them in there. And also, I just want to point out that line 351 already says that they're part of that process, along with staff or the manager's staff and the Board of County Commissioners. So you already have that stated elsewhere, so we just recommend you keep that. And then in line 467, I'm just saying this is a minor edit. Add that and staff recommendation to the right after matching funds, where you see that. In line 472, you're not ranking things anymore. It's either buy it or don't buy it. It's not a ranking process. And so you have a sort of, I think it's an oversight that this still is there. So we're just recommending that you say instead, recommend for purchase or not, instead of a reference to ranking. In line 476, we recommend that you undo this whole deletion and note that this is based on a discussion that Chair Kowal had with some Audubon folks and me yesterday, which was really valuable. And we took his recommendation to heart, and so we've revised our recommendation to basically, the bottom line is that we recommend that the land acquisition advisory process for bringing an acquisition list to you ought to be like what the Planning Commission does. Let's have a staff report that cites both the staff recommendation and the advisory committee recommendation in there. And it also references the initial criteria staff report, the ICSR report that has a lot of detail about all of these properties, if you want those details. But the summary would be in the staff report that also describes the public hearing process in front of the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee. So you would get essentially a parallel staff report that would go along with the executive summary when an acquisition list comes to you. That was a recommendation. Commissioner Kowal had said he wanted to know more specifically. You all are used to getting staff reports, so why don't we make that consistent with the acquisition list process? So there's an actual recommended edit. The recommended active acquisition list shall be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners with a staff report that notes both the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee and staff recommendations, any notes on the public hearing, and shares initial criteria screening reports by staff for more details. The Board of County Commissioners in a public meeting shall vote, et cetera, as the rest of the policy states. Line 488, we just recommend that you delete staff from that just because of that same issue. Your advisory committee is part of that process, so we recommend that process for any property that the board wants to add, that if you're going to evaluate it the same way you do all the other parcels. In line 484, this is just a minor edit to note that after the Board of County Commissioners approved addition, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just a minor issue. Line 524 is unclear to us. So this talks about something referred to as enhanced programs, leases, and contracts. So Jamie Cook, your staff, replied to the question about this and said that this is what goes on and is allowed through the program and exists now, like for cattle leases on Caracara Preserve or Pepper Ranch or other, and you talk about other things, education programs and public access and those sorts of things. But enhanced programs sounds a little too vague to us. So I think you need to define what enhanced programs are and those sorts of things. Line 543, I messed up in my grammar. We recommend deleting the deletion. We think you ought to keep this because it allows for existing rights to continue that are consistent with the program, like selling TDR credits, which is, I think, one of the things you all were thinking about. And the last thing I just wanted to point out is in line 569, in the sunset of the program, there's an opportunity for you not only to go to a voter referendum, you could just, as with the authority that you have the prerogative to continue the program through your own direction or a resolution. So just add that, because that is your prerogative now, and why not just state that? And those are our recommended revisions to your draft ordinance. So thank you very much for considering them.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett.
Our next registered speaker is Cody Davis.
Good morning. My name is Cody Davis. In November 2020, Collier voters approved Conservation Collier with a vote of 76.5%. The program was described on the ballot as a, quote, levy of a 0.25 mil ad valorem tax for 10 years for the purpose of acquiring, preserving, and managing environmentally sensitive lands, and for the protection of water quality, water resources, wildlife habitat, and public open space in perpetuity. In 2023, instead of using the levied funds to protect environmentally sensitive land and water resources in perpetuity, the board voted to divert $53 million from Conservation Collier to plug a budget shortfall that the commissioners themselves willfully created by lowering non-conservation ad valorem rates to below what they knew would be necessary to balance the budget. In October of that year, commissioners amended Conservation Collier in an attempt to retroactively justify their taking of tens of millions of dollars from county taxpayers. Today, commissioners are considering the de facto erasure of Conservation Collier altogether. This proposed amendment prepares for an emptying of Conservation Collier's account by providing for the dissolution of the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Advisory Committee in the event of a lack of funds. This proposed amendment allows for all Conservation Collier conservation easements to be vacated. This proposed amendment allows active development on all Conservation Collier property. There's no accurate way to describe this other than as an erasure of the program in direct contravention of the express and overwhelming will of the people of Collier County. Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution states that the United States shall guarantee to every state in this union a republican form of government. The Florida Constitution is even more direct in Article 1, Section 1, stating that all political power is inherent in the people. When the will of the people is so nakedly ignored in favor of the will of special interests, there's no argument to be made that this board is functioning in a Republican manner.
Your next registered speaker is B.B. Cantor.
This is B.B. Cantor, who is requesting a lift next time I speak because I'm too short. We should accommodate all heights. I'm a resident of 34108, and I'm running for Collier County Mosquito Control. Where is the timer?
Should be right in the podium in front of you,
It's
light.
currently going right now.
Oh, I can't see it. But anyways, so first I want to commend Commissioner Cowell for running a very cordial campaign and his success. Number two is I have a feeling that I'm registered in the wrong section, but I followed the advice outside. I'm advocating, I'm encouraging you to also approve small sites. Sometimes there is a tendency for bureaucrats to want to do the big ones because it's fewer transactions, but the smalls, if you look at the big picture and you see the little sites, sometimes buying a really tiny site connects it makes a full safe habitat. So I am asking you to consider the tiny sites, even though the big ones are given precedence. And lastly, I have been a registered Democrat now since I was 18, but I am listening to Cody, and you never know, someday I may change parties and become a registered Jeffersonian. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Michelle Lenhard.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Michelle Lenhard, Chair of Conservation Collier Advisory Committee. The Advisory Committee had an opportunity to take a brief look at these pending revisions to our ordinance at our July 1st meeting. We appreciated the staff sharing a working document with us, but it was a working document, which meant the revisions were not highlighted for us. Our past practice had been to review ordinance changes at the subcommittee level and then bring a much more granular feedback to staff and the commission on our thoughts. So I'm just going to highlight a few things for you today and then close my comments. One would be the pathway for a parcel from nomination to purchase and clothing has largely remained the same. We want to bring to your attention one change in the process. An original sentence stating that the recommended active acquisition list shall be forwarded to the Board of County Commissioners, who shall vote on whether to approve all or part of it, has been deleted. No sentence in the amended text explains how the committee's rank list is now formally brought forward to the board. Another item, the advisory committee no longer views and recommends target protection mailing areas. Current practice has a staff review of the current target protection areas first, followed by a review and at the for the public at the advisory committee level. While final authority rests with the board, we feel an advisory committee review provides an opportunity for public input and an early public reaction to critical aspects and direction of this program, and we do not feel it should be removed. The last item I want to bring to your attention is the sunset provision. As the ad valorem sunsets in 31 and it is not resumed, if it is not resumed and acquisition funds are no longer available, it actually remains beneficial to keep an advisory committee. It would, this duty has been removed in section 7. In that scenario, the committee would meet less frequently and would provide recommendations to the board on land management functions. That is actually when I became first appointed between funding times. And I will say that being involved in land management plans at the committee level, I feel has value to the Board of County Commissions, and I would request that you put that back in. Management plans come up for review on a routine schedule, and a review could still be handled by a committee. As our discussion with the tourism tax today, maintaining a group of knowledgeable and experienced volunteers familiar with the program's history would be valuable if and when funding is ever restored, so you're retaining your knowledge base of the committee members. It was my thought that this was going to be a working document and not a final decision today. So depending on how it goes, if it is going to come back to you again, I request that it does come before CLAC for one more look. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your final registered speaker joins us on Zoom. Dylan Scott, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. I see you've unmuted, Dylan.
Good morning, everyone. Again. I was reviewing this agenda item on the agenda packet, and I do have some serious concerns about some of the proposed changes, like some of the prior speakers have discussed. Back in 2002, this Conservation Collier was overwhelmingly approved by the voters of Collier County and then reaffirmed in 2020. So there's a lot of public support for this program. And my concerns with these amendments is it seems like the Board of County Commissioners is setting the stage to gut Conservation Collier by taking away authorities for the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee and putting those authorities in the hands of the Board of County Commissioners. I'm not fully aware of the records of everyone on the county commission, but I do not believe that everyone on that board is a conservation expert with the proper knowledge and expertise in order to properly rank and identify conservation properties across the county. That would be good acquisitions for the county and a good investment of our tax dollars. I know that maybe removing their authorities may improve efficiency, but at the end of the day, does that improve effectiveness and of our tax dollars and effectiveness of the quality land acquisitions that Conservation Collier would pursue? I'm not sure about on that standard. But then some of the other changes that are extremely alarming, that it would allow for any conservation easement obtained by Conservation Collier to be vacated or obtained in an easement use agreement. That completely removes any of the protections for any of these parcels included within Conservation Collier. And then also removing the provision that permanently extinguished all development rights on Conservation Collier properties. I'm extremely concerned about, the path that these changes and amendments are leading Conservation Collier towards. It seems like the commission wants to really trend down the effectiveness of Conservation Collier, similar to how in the state legislature we've seen Florida Forever be defunded and adequacy of that conservation program is pretty much non-existent, given this year's budget allocations for Florida Forever. So I just wanted to reiterate the importance of conserving public lands across the county. They provide a number of ecosystem services to residents without us even knowing it. It's extremely important to prioritize land conservation in a developing, county as we start to see more and more impacts from extreme weather events and drought. It seems like we want to keep pushing into the wildlands and developing more of these untouched natural areas. But I want to reiterate the importance to prioritize purchasing these conservation properties in order to buffer the community from these impacts of climate change and changing conditions. So hopefully you guys are listening to some of the prior speakers about some of these amendments and changes to them. Folks from the land acquisition.
Just to be advised, your timer has gone
advisory.
past, but just go ahead and finish up, please. You're past your
Yeah,
time.
I just hope that you take these recommendations from the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee and work towards preserving what the voters had voted for and approving Conservation Collier. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker on this item.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, is this the first reading of this ordinance, County Attorney?
No.
No. Okay. Well, I'm going to make a recommendation to approve the staff's adjustments that we have in front of us today. I have an enormous amount of respect for the folks that have been speaking here today, but it's very, very difficult. All of the copies, all of the renditions of this ordinance that I have on my computer don't match up with the numbers, and in Brad's notes it says the numbers don't match up with the version of the line items, the line numbers that you're talking about. I couldn't find any of the line items matching what Mr. Cornell had suggested in his adjustment. So my recommendation, I even had difficulty over the weekend because I think back in June I had made quite a few suggestions for adjustments to that rendition of the ordinance, and then the ordinance that we had in this package was different line items because the county attorney's office had added things in and line numbers changed. And so my suggestion today is that we accept and adopt the ordinance that staff has put forth to us.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back a few years ago, Commissioner Castro had some issues with this program in terms of the slowness in which we were acquiring property. And he took the initiative to fix the program so that we would not have these long delays. We still have some, but Commissioner Castro really took the lead in trying to fix the program and make it better. And that's something that we've all been trying to do since he took the lead in that. So first of all, I want to thank him for that leadership on that issue. I have some very serious concerns with where we're going with this now, because I don't consider this to be gutting the program or anything of that nature, but I don't consider it fixing the program. We have a committee that evaluates these properties. From everything I've read, and there have been so many different copies around, that I think what we need to do is direct staff to give us a copy, have a copy distributed that is accurate in terms of line numbers, so everybody knows what we're talking about, because we've talked about 3 different drafts now, different line numbers. Commissioner McDaniel even acknowledged in your comments that there was some confusion as to these line numbers. Having said that, I am very concerned about taking the public comment out of this process. We've got several paragraphs in here that I would object to, because I think having that citizen committee is absolutely critical to our decision making. Sure, it slows things down, but Commissioner Castro and the board has gone a long way to fixing that problem with the slowness of us being able to decide on a parcel. I like fixing those. I like continuing to fix that process. I just don't like taking the position that, or taking the citizens out of the position. And I'll tell you, just as another example of something that raises some concern for me, is there's some language in here, if need be, I can pull up the line number, that basically says that the Board of County Commissioners can nominate parcels. And then staff would evaluate those parcels. I'm concerned about that because as commissioners, we have a lot of influence on staff. We have a lot of influence in the approach that they take in evaluating different things. We can't direct staff, but staff responds to us on an individual basis as they do to us as a group. I don't want the board to be able to make recommendations on a parcel because I think that there's some potential for abuse in terms of that. I'm not talking about this board. I'm just talking about a commissioner making a recommendation on the purchase of a parcel and directing staff to take a look at that parcel, I think can create some conflict. So, Mr. Chairman, I think at best what I would ask the board to do is direct staff to come up with a draft that's redlined. Everybody knows exactly what all the changes are. We're not talking about different drafts. And then come back to us. If we're not going to do that, if we're going to vote on this today, I want to go line by line because I have half a dozen changes I would recommend to the board.
Commissioner
There's not a
Castro.
second to the motion yet.
No, I understand, and on the basis of transparency, I think this became a quagmire because I got one copy and then I had the one stamped by the attorney's office, which a lot of things didn't match up. So, I mean, on the basis of transparency, I kind of agree with Commissioner Saunders that, you know, for the citizens, I think we need that transparency, especially if we're going to make a vote on this that's going to affect, you know. And listen, a lot of these things, I brought some of the things forward, and, you know, I was actually quoted at one point in the conversation, but that was all about transparency too, because I think at some point I was going through 3 years of sitting up here being told that I was reading my agenda, said I was getting a staff report, and come to find out in the 11th hour they were just reading verbatim a citizen's report. And to me, that's not transparent, and it's not fair to us because we have to make a decision, you know, on and spending tax dollars when I was under the assumption that these were the words of our staff. And so I wanted that to make sure, and I don't think the civilian input process is important, but ultimately I think when we get a staff report, when it's on our agenda and that's what the citizens see, it's a staff report and it's coming to us, I truly want a staff report. And I think that's fair. And I do also side with you that we probably may need to have an actual one version is cleared up so we actually have something we can really digest and take a vote that's going to change this ordinance, because it's confusing to me till to this hour. I mean, I've seen it so many times, meetings yesterday and everything else. So I don't know how the rest of my board feels about that, but I know we have a motion, but we don't have a second. So Commissioner LaCastro, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman.
Comment.
I think the goal of addressing this ordinance was the same for all of us, which was to improve the program. Yes, maybe, and I appreciate Commissioner Saunders' comments, but I think all of us agreed, you know, in some areas we wanted to put a little bit of a sense of urgency. I always say there's a difference between a sense of urgency and overly streamlining the process, you know, taking out very important steps to try to speed up things. That's a lot different than adding efficiencies and taking out redundancies, and I think that was always our goal. I think all the conversation I've heard here has been positive, so I look at the glass as half full. I don't see that there's an expected timeline to get this done. It's not like this is a burning contract, you know, that needs to be signed immediately. And I think you brought us exactly what we asked for, which was a draft or an update addressing the things that we directed, but then also too, the draft went out, and whether the lines matched or they didn't match, we got really good feedback. So it didn't matter if it was line 426 or 499. I mean, it mattered. It would have made it easier. But I look at more of the feedback that we heard from citizens, from Mr. Cornell. So I think we're on a great, you know, to use the Air Force term, glide slope here. So my support would be for digesting all the things that we heard here. And, you know, I think in the end, we're going to approve draft 5, maybe not the very first thing. Maybe the other commissioners didn't have the benefit of what you sent to me, because I mean, I just got it last night, and I appreciate Ms. Cook, you answering Mr. Cornell's questions here, and a lot of them are, you know, very exact and would help make the ordinance better. And he raises some things that I bet you would want to maybe sort of reattack to make more clear. I think in the end we want to vote on something that has input from all of the interested parties, and we've heard from them today. So I think we're right where we want to be, which is a lot of red lines, a lot of changes. Then we have input. Hey, did it make it more clear? Did it make it more complicated? So, you know, my support would be for taking all of this feedback here and not trying to, you know, peel back the onion too much and make this too hard. But this is a really important document that you're talking about millions of dollars, a process that we want tight, as Commissioner Cole said, a process that we want to be transparent. We want citizens who support this program, and those of us up here, obviously all of us do, to have an ordinance that really is a better representation of the program and does make improvements where we've said things need to be tightened a bit or made more efficient, and then other places where we needed a little bit more specificity to really explain some things, and I think we've heard some of that. So my support would be that you know, I don't want to say we go back to the drawing board, but we get another update from you. Everybody's getting the same draft. Like you say, there's some of the things I'm sure you've heard in the room today from us, from Mr. Cornell, from some other citizens, from the Collier Conservation Collier board as well, that would help to make the next draft better, tighter, more correct, identical, that sort of thing. So that's what I would support. I got a million questions here too. You answered a bunch of them at dark 30 last night or this morning. I forget what it was. So that helped. Sounds like several of us up here have some questions, and then some great input was offered here. I think that's what we all wanted at this meeting. So I didn't expect that the first attempt at this document was going to be perfection. It was going to, my expectation was it would be transmitted out to those that are experts in the area to get their feedback, which we did. Maybe the different lines were a little bit different, but I think the spirit of the ordinance served its purpose, and I think now, you know, at a future meeting, come back with sort of the next draft saying, you know, and then obviously you'd be meeting with us probably before coming back. So the long list of questions that Commissioner Saunders had could be saved for a one-on-one, and my questions for a one-on-one, and then you come back and say, look, I took input from everybody. I also met with Mr. Cornell, or we traded some emails, and I have a document that I think is draft 2, more clear, more specificity, or I explained to all of those, like one of your answers here to Mr. Cornell about the easements, I thought was great, where you say, well, wait a minute, it doesn't basically give them a blank check to all of a sudden, you know, develop their property. It still need to be approved by the board and whatnot. But to his point, then let's put it in there. Let's really spell it out, because somebody that knows nothing about Conservation Collier should be able to pick this document up and really, you know, understand all the details of it. No one's going to be whispering over their shoulder going, well, here's the deal on that easement. I know it doesn't say it in the ordinance, but in reality, here's how it actually works. You know, we actually want it in the document. So I think you've gotten some valuable feedback here. And I think, you know, there's nothing burning a hole in my pocket saying this thing has to be approved today. And as we've said up here, we want to approve a document that is tight and makes the program better, more transparent. And also in places, and you've made those improvements, where we were dragging our feet a little bit, it puts a little bit more of a sense of urgency in here, and that's the parts that I liked. But I think we table this to a future meeting, because you bring us back an updated draft with all the feedback that you've gotten here, and meet with us separately on our one-on-one questions rather than sitting here going line by line by line. I don't think that that's necessary, but it's just my thought. So I wouldn't vote for this, not because I hate it, but I think we're closer to the final product, but some great feedback from everybody. And I think that's what we wanted. Throw the thing out there and see what we're missing. And so I think mission accomplished across the board.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, in listening to the public comments, Mr. Cornell's comments, and I've got some things to say regarding all of that. You know, whenever you go to the bank and apply for a loan, the banker looks at two things. He looks at your ability to pay back and your intention to pay back. And I want to let the intention be known very clear today that this board, the intention is to keep the program, make it robust, make it better. In no way, form, or fashion are we looking to violate the voters and get rid of this program. And I resent those remarks. And I want to make it very clear that we're keeping this program and the intention is to make it better. As far as enhanced things, the conversations that we've had, Mr. Cornell, just enhanced means we want to have the ability to create horseback riding, create a petting zoo, those type of things. Things that have public benefit on Conservation Collier properties, just like hiking. So we're not looking to do anything else besides what the voter and keep the integrity of the program. As far as the CLAC goes, it's been mentioned several times, you're removing the CLAC authority. The CLAC never had authority, not one time ever. They're an advisory committee to us, and we value that advice. And we're not saying that they can't bring that to us ever. We're just streamlining the process so that we can get rid of the big bureaucracy and the slow timeline that it takes to act on purchasing property. But we always will take the public value and we will respect what the CLAC has to bring to us. With Commissioner Kowal's comment, exactly. We want to hear from staff as well. I was under the impression the whole time that staff was giving us advice, and it wasn't that way until we learned recently. So all in all, this whole process of coming up and tweaking this ordinance, the whole purpose is to streamline for efficiency, get rid of the bureaucracy, and make Conservation Collier a strong, robust program so that we can all live happily ever after. If we want to kick it down the road and bring it back with one red line, one document that has it all, I'm good with that. I don't.
Commissioner, you good? Okay. Commissioner McDaniel.
Me too. I'm fine with pushing it and having one agreement, one document. Figure out some way to segregate the opinions that have come, your opinions with regard to suggested changes from the AWE or the chairman of the CLAC. Give us a document that we're all looking at the same thing with comments. If Commissioner Saunders has comments on one particular line, delineate those. Yesterday in my office, I had all of the, and for clarification purposes, this isn't the first time that this has come before us, gentlemen. When this came before us back in June, I'm really the only one that had any comments with regard to adjustments in this ordinance. And so other than what staff had already brought forward, so this agreement, it's confusing at best with the difference in the line items, and when county attorney adds things in and the line items change, we all need to be working off the same sheet of music at the end of the day. And as Commissioner Kowal said, transparency is the key to success. We have to be transparent. I take offense to the representations of gutting the program or doing anything with malice towards the program. That's certainly never been the intent of this board whatsoever. And so I'm totally fine with pushing this for a month, a couple of weeks, however long it takes, in order to color code things so that we know who's saying what, put it out in the margin. I don't care how you do it, but make it so that a regular person, and I'm pointing at me, can understand what's being said and who's making these suggested adjustments.
Mr. Saunders.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the fact that we're going to delay this for a bit to make sure everybody's singing from the same sheet of music, if you will. But there is one philosophical issue that I think I'd like to point out, and hopefully the commission will agree, so this may have some direction in terms of what staff comes back to us with. There are 4 or 5 places in here where the role of the clack is basically removed or changed to a point where their role is somewhat diminished. And I kind of liken this to our Planning Commission. Staff prepares a report to the Planning Commission. That's a staff recommendation. The Planning Commission takes that, does whatever it wants to with that, comes back with their own recommendation, which may be inconsistent with the staff and may be changes to the staff. Then it all comes back to us. And we have the staff recommendation and we have the Planning Commission recommendation, and then we decide what we're going to do. Those are only recommendations. The CLAC is the same thing. They know it, we know it. We've always had the authority. They have no authority, basically, other than to make recommendations to us. So we'll have the staff recommendation, we have a CLAC recommendation. So I guess the philosophical issue is, do we do all of the deletions of the CLAC involvement that are in this document? So for example, at line 233, in terms of the Land Acquisition Advisory Committee, that whole paragraph is taken out. I'm not sure why.
Let's say, can I make,
Well, I'm just, no, not just yet.
Yes, sir.
And I understand that there may be some rationale for it, but I'm just pointing out why I think that the CLAC recommendations are very important. I think the CLAC rankings are very important. I don't know why we would eliminate the ranking, because again, we have a group, just like the Planning Commission, that's making recommendations. That's all they are. But I think the rankings are helpful. But there are 3 or 4 different places that I've noted here where the Land Acquisition Committee is somewhat taken out of the process. Line 378 or 377 on the version I have, Land Acquisition Committee is just lined out. There are 4 or 5 places with that. So I guess my philosophical question is, does the board agree that we want to maintain a vibrant involvement of the Citizen Land Acquisition Advisory Committee? Because I think this reduces their mission to a point where, I wouldn't want to serve on that committee. And so we don't have to make a decision today, but I just want to plant the seed that what I'm looking for is to continue that citizen input, because I think it's critically important to let the public know that we are involved with that public process. But I think it's important to our decision making as well. We just don't want it to slow us down.
Commissioner McDaniel, you had something to say?
My thoughts are, let's have the version that we're actually going to be voting on with your thoughts, with staff thoughts, with why they removed the CLAC out. So we all have an opinion that we're all working off of in the same path. So I'll make a motion to continue the item for, what do you want, 2 weeks? You think you can get this done in 2 weeks?
We're going to be in September, but it's incredibly busy.
Yes, I am aware.
About 6 meetings already, so I would suggest this, unless there's some urgency,
There's no, I mean,
do it in October.
Is there an urgency?
No, we can bring it
So
in October.
October's great.
continue the item until such time as we have time to make it right.
As long as we have that period to advertise. Once they figure they'll have it done, and then we'll get a date then.
Yes, sir.
Mr. LaCastro.
I was just going to add one thing. Especially since we traded a couple of notes that maybe others didn't get. I don't think your focus was to remove anybody's authority. It was in trying to make this more clear. Maybe some things dropped out, and then to other folks who read it for the first time, it was like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden the CLAC is irrelevant or whatnot. So I think in the next draft, just some clarity, but instead of it having to be 3 paragraphs, it probably just needs to be 1 sentence, like what you said, Brad, here, where you talked about the CLAC does review and provide recommendations, but then by redlining the whole paragraph out and not having, and people who read it for the first time not having the benefit of you standing right next to them and explaining, oh, no, we're not removing that. It's sort of understood your mission. That's where maybe adding some of those things back in. But if you think they could be added in with a little more brevity that is just crystal clear, I'll leave that to you. My final comment is, you're touching this thing every day. You're the experts. When people come up here and go, not one commissioner up here is an environmental expert. Well, some of the citizens that come up to the podium aren't environmental experts either, yet they tell us what to do. But you know what? Input from all of us is what makes this as the best document it can be. But you certainly have your hands all over this. So one of the things that I would say is, if we are going to delay this, and that's not, I won't say it's a delay, to give you time to digest all these things. In the end, and I think Commissioner McDaniel sort of said it, I look to you to make the final determination. You know, you're going to get something from Commissioner Saunders, and then maybe I say something a little bit different. You know, digest all of those things, but I want a document to come to us, back to us, that is better, tighter with the details that are here, but also has your fingerprints on it, where you say, you know, I heard what everybody had to say. Some of the input I got might have sounded valuable, but here's how I tweaked it to make it even better. I mean, I look for you to have the latitude to bring us something that, you know, you're not just hearing everybody's comments and you're trying to appease the world and cut and paste every email you get and put it in the ordinance, but for it to be something that you really author based on the comments you get, because it's a program that you're deep into. And I don't want to put a bunch of additional things in here just because one person sent you an email and they're trying to rewrite it for you. I want you to take all the inputs, I'm sure we all do, and bring us back a document that you feel would best support the program and make it more improved, not cut anybody out, or be a little bit ambiguous where it looks like we're taking out paragraphs that actually have some meaning to it. But I think you're going to wind up meeting with all of us. I don't think there's any race to the finish line here. This is a document that should go through several different drafts. So I look at it as we're right where we need to be. But in the end, I want something to come to us that you feel, with all the input you get, you're going to have to make some command decisions, that you can't put everything in here to appease every single person. And we actually might give you some suggestions that are too vague or contradicting or what have you. So, you know, I look for you to have the ultimate authority to bring us a document and say, I heard from everybody. I tried to incorporate things and I heard very similar things from different people, so that was a no-brainer. Then I heard some, 5 different ideas for line 476, but I, Jamie Cook, took all those, and here's what I think the paragraph would say that covers as many bases as possible, but isn't, overly verbose just to appease, the folks that sent me a whole bunch of emails. And I don't think we should put a time limit on it, saying come back in 2 weeks. I think you come back when, this isn't the only thing you're working on, so I think you come back when you've got something that, and you've had a chance to meet with everybody. So I think it's an open-ended timeline, but you certainly got a lot of great feedback today, and I appreciate all the effort and work you have put into this to make this ordinance better, more detailed, more streamlined, and inject the improvements that we've been talking about for a while. So, with that, did somebody make a motion?
Yeah, we have a motion we have a motion, a second, to go ahead and send it back to Jamie with more conversation, more meetings, more fun stuff.
Sorry, Jamie.
It's all right.
That's what I'm here
It's
for.
all right. Like I said, on basis of transparency, I think it's probably the best thing we can do right now. So, all right. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sound, same sign. All right. You got your work cut out for you, Jamie.
No problem.
All right. Thank
Don't
you.
worry, it's close. It's close.
Yeah. I mean, it is. All right. Moving on.
Commissioners, let's jump to items 11D and 11E. These are the next 2 Conservation Collier items. Item 11D is a recommendation to approve 18 agreements for sale and purchase under the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Program for a total cost not to exceed $1,160,604, inclusive of closing costs. And 11E is a recommendation to approve an agreement for sale and purchase under the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Program with Michael Debro for a 2.73 acre parcel at a cost of $120,000 for a total cost not to exceed $122,030, inclusive of closing costs. Ms. Jamie Cook is here again, Division Director of Development Review, to present or answer questions.
Commissioners, as the county manager stated, there are 19 parcels for your consideration. 1 is in the Nancy Payton Target Protection Area, 3 within the North Belmead Preserve, 9 within the Gore Preserve and Target area. 4 within Panther Walk, 2 within Winchester Head, and 1 within the Brewers Landing target area. At your pleasure, I can either answer questions about specific parcels or go through all of them, whichever you'd prefer.
I got a few people lit up. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes. In my review of the appraisals, have we made adjustments to come over towards the cost approach that I've been suggesting since time immemorial with regard to these appraisals?
I have been told that that cannot be done on vacant properties.
By whom?
Yeah. I'm at
The
a
real
loss.
the real property staff. So I would ask
Seldom am
Trinity
I-
for help on that one.
Seldom am I at a loss for words, but
That's why I jumped in, Commissioner
really
McDaniel.
having a difficult time here.
I am not an appraiser, so I don't understand all of those.
Well, you don't have
all
to
of
be
that
an
work.
appraiser. One of the issues that we have had since these properties have been coming towards us is the comparable, another group of properties that came before us had appraisals where the appraiser used for sale pieces of property. I pulled that out. They used a realtor's quote that says we're asking 50,000, and that's a firm number because we know the government's coming to buy this land. And so I've had conceptual issues with the appraisal process at all. And then I'm looking at, I have asked for regularly appraisals that say, okay, comparable sales that aren't government purchased already, along with a cost component for mitigation expense that's requisite for a private sector purchase within that area, being added into the appraisal at some particular point in time. And I'm not seeing those things coming in.
That has been done for all of these parcels, with the exception of one of the parcels in Panther Walk. They are all being, so they're no longer using Conservation Collier purchases as comparables. They're not using ones that are listed for sale as comparables with that request price for their sale. And every parcel in these target areas is being evaluated as if it were a fully wetland parcel. And if they wanted to obtain, if they thought their property was not 100% wetlands, they would have to provide a wetland determination showing that. One of the parcels in here actually did do that, and it was determined that it was not in that 100% wetland value, so their per acre cost was a little bit higher than any of the rest of these.
So we are giving consideration to that.
Yes.
In comparison to the open marketplace.
Yes.
Trinity's standing behind you. I don't know if she's still wants to say anything, or are you good with that? Okay. Commissioner LaCastro.
Thank you, Chairman. One of the reasons why I want to go through these parcels one at a time is because this isn't a meeting between you and us. This is a public forum, so we don't know how many people are watching, people that are in the audience, or news media that'll watch the recording of this, make some notes, and then write a big article on how we snuck under the door the purchase of 15 different parcels without doing our due diligence, and nobody saw the map, and we all covered our eyes and said yes, and then we moved on and spent millions of dollars, kind of thing. So I think, to be completely transparent, I don't have lunch at the White House this afternoon, so I don't have a time limit. This is the most important thing going on today for all of us. And I also think, too, there might be something that you present here that maybe we didn't even know. Maybe we looked over these slides, we didn't talk with you. But I think when you've presented these one at a time in the past, one or two commissioners always had sort of a thing, and so to show that we're doing our due diligence, I would say go through these, and I know you can do it quickly, but it shows a visual to those that have never seen these before, of what we're approving and why, or what we're not approving.
So,
Sure, happy to. Sorry, Terry,
I
in
don't know
advance.
if my colleagues agree, but I don't see any reason to streamline this to speed it up.
Okay. Then the first parcel is the Bennett parcel within the Nancy Payton Preserve Target Protection Area. The brighter green is the existing Nancy Payton Preserve. This 1 acre parcel is just to the west of that. And there is actually no current access to the parcel between the Bennett parcel and the preserve, so it's unlikely that anything would ever be developed in the future there. This parcel is habitat to a variety of listed species, including gopher tortoises, black bear, red cockaded woodpeckers. There's a large red cockaded woodpecker population in this area, and it also provides denning habitat for panthers. The purchase price is 100% of the purchase of the appraised value of the property. The next two parcels, the Surrey Trust.
Can you just go back
Sure.
one? We're looking at the property in yellow. The small parcel to the east, that's separately owned by someone else. Like we couldn't connect the whole thing.
It is currently separately owned, but there's actually no access to those parcels. There's no legal access currently, so there is a chance that those people may want to come in the future.
And I was just looking at, because we've always talked about, hey, we're trying to connect all these, we're trying to build the whole thing. So you sit here and go, man, that one's kind of sitting there, and what's the chances of us getting all the stuff around it? So, we can connect it all to the Nancy Payton Preserve.
Go ahead, Commissioner McDaniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every piece of property has access. If it isn't defined, it can be pushed.
Yes.
Period. Just because there's no legal access written doesn't mean that they don't have access. They could push an access through this piece of property, through the one that we're proposing to purchase. So it's important to delineate that just because there's no road in front of it doesn't mean that it cannot receive access for future development someday.
Correct. Just currently there is not.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there is access.
Commissioner,
Actually, one of the properties that I was not going to favor, and it was just because of where it is. It's right next door to a house. There's a house 2 lots down, and the preserve is right behind it. If this property did get developed, it's not going to bother the conservation at all. Animals have all kinds of area right behind it. And to spend $108,000 and another almost 10 grand just to remove the exotics, I wasn't a fan.
Agreed.
All right. The next two properties, the Surrey Trust, is 2 parcels, it's a little over 13 acres in the North Belmead Preserve area. This parcel is adjacent both on its north and east sides to private conservation lands. These are North Belmead sending lands that have had their TDR stripped. So those neighboring parcels, there wouldn't be any development on the future on those parcels. This property has not had its TDR stripped, but the surrounding light green have.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Just a quick question. Since we're going through these individually, you want to vote on these individually?
That's what I was thinking that myself.
Yeah.
Instead of coming back,
My
let's
suggestion
take
is,
each one and
let's go back to the one before and make your motion.
there was one more
Commissioner Hall.
before this, right?
This was the first one.
This is the
All right.
first one, the Bennett
Sitting here
parcel.
too long. Sorry. All right.
Because
So
I agree with Commissioner Hall, so either
Okay.
you make the motion.
I'll
or
make the
I-
motion then to deny this parcel.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to deny this parcel. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I think it was unanimous.
And I'll preface it by saying, I don't think it means that we don't care about Conservation Collier, but to Commissioner Hall's point, I think when you look at all the stuff around it, this is a unique one in the sense that I think we can use that $108,000 on some parcels that are coming up that maybe even are kind of pricey, but we need to spend the dollars correctly. So I'm sure the animals they've got plenty of room there. And like you said, something might come to us in the future that connects those things a little bit better.
All right, Surrey Trust.
Yes.
Are you done with your description?
The only other thing that I was going to add was the purchase price is the 100% of the appraised value for the property.
Do I have a motion on this property?
Wait a second.
I'll move to approve.
I'm
this.
sorry. Oh, hold on. Commissioner
I
McDaniel.
have one quick question, just to repeat, because we jumped around on you, and I thought I heard you say that the TDRs have not been stripped off of this property yet. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay, so.
I asked Tom one question. You just put up public comment. Was that an accident or?
No, sir. This was where Brad had his presentation, and then we had speakers as well. So
I forgot about Brad.
I wasn't sure what the process was.
Maybe just
Sorry, Brad. I forgot
maybe,
about you.
We have Brad and other public comments too.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's do the public comment. Let's get Brad. Sorry. We'll get back to this. Go ahead and bring Brad up in the other public comments. I just jumped ahead. Sorry.
To confirm as well, Brad gets 10 minutes for this presentation?
I did tell Commissioner.
No, I needed help on the ordinance. I don't think he needs 10 minutes on this.
All right, you get 3 minutes.
18 to go through? Or do you, if you need some more time, I mean,
I was understanding that he was giving you the 10 on the other item, but
he had,
I had some folks.
I didn't
donate
realize
time
that.
to the question that I was going to address with my presentation is about multi-parcel projects, because you all have had a series of meetings and discussions about multi-parcel projects where you're not all of the same opinion. So I wanted to share some perspective and some information about multi-parcel projects. I've had some discussions with each of you at different times for other meetings. So you have several multi-parcel contracts on in this group. So before you say no to some of those, out of perhaps some, I don't know, it seems like there's an opportunity to get a little more in-depth understanding of why Conservation Collier and the county is pursuing multi-parcel projects. So that was my proposal. That was the question that Commissioner Saunders, you and I were talking about. And so, I mean, I don't need to take that amount of time, but I do want to share a little bit of perspective about that.
okay. Go ahead, Brad. Go ahead. I'll start his 3 minutes now. Go ahead and give him more perspective. Since he preferenced it.
Wait a minute.
Oh, now you're pushing your luck.
So I'm here, Brad Cornell, on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades, but also on behalf of Audubon Florida in this case. So we're here to support these 19 parcels. Now, you've already denied one of them. So if I could respectfully ask you to reconsider that denial, because it is important. Gopher tortoise, RCW, and panther habitat. This county has significant resources that are unique, and the program that is targeting Nancy Payton Preserve and the parcels around it, nobody else is doing that. So this is really important. So that's why we support the 19 parcels. Among those are the Panther Walk parcels, which you're getting 50% matches from the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation. So you've got a partner in that, because that's a large mammal movement linkage, regional linkage that connects Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary and Bird Rookery Swamp with Corkscrew Marsh to the northeast over by Immokalee. So you also have the Debreo parcel, which is next to the Brewer's Landing. This is a really unique swallowtail kite roost. And Dick Brewer, who I know personally and has invested his own money in helping protect this land. It's just south of Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary, really near Bird Rookery Swamp. There's also parcels down there in the Gore Preserve. This is the connection between the Panther Refuge through the Ford Test Track across Golden Gate Estates into North Belmead, which is a You have thousands of acres already preserved in conservation easements, and you're buying more, and you've also approved acquisition of 300 acres of the HHH Ranch, which we think you ought to buy the other 600 acres through Conservation Collier, because they're even more valuable than those sending lands. So those are all really valuable parcels, and I want to highlight the last point is that these multi-parcel projects, you have 4 of them. The 4 projects are all in Golden Gate Estates. Golden Gate Estates is a 60-year-old development that basically platted thousands of lots across really important resources that were wetland sloughs, panther habitat, water resources that are important for wildfire protection, for drinking water, for flood protection. These, like Horsepen Strand, which is the Panther Walk Preserve, or the Winchester Head, which is a giant cypress head in Golden Gate Estates. It's so wet, nobody can really build in there unless you really brought in a ton of fill. And we don't want people doing that because Golden Gate Estates needs places to put its stormwater. And so that's the value of these multi-parcel projects. You're reassembling what was cut up unwisely 60 years ago in the Golden Gate Estates. What's another example of something that we were very successful at doing? And that's the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. It's the first CERT project for Everglades restoration right here in Collier County. Started in 2007. Governor Jeb Bush came down and did the first shovelful. They just completed it January 28th, 2026. 55,000 acres, 17,000 lots were bought back. Almost all willing seller. The very end, they had to do some condemnation. That was the Interior Department. But that was an amazing effort that reassembled a whole wetland landscape and panther habitat, and it helps benefit Rookery Bay and the 10,000 islands that are downstream from there. So all of that reassembling is what Golden Gate Estates really needs. Now, can we do it all? No, because there are thousands of people living in North Golden Gate Estates. We were able to do that in South Golden Gate Estates, but North Golden Gate Estates needs Red Maple Swamp, Winchester Head, Gore Preserve, and the Panther Walk Horsepen Strand. So my request to you all, Audubon, Florida, and Audubon, Western Everglades, is asking you to really seriously consider the importance of these multi-parcel projects. And the last thing about those is that they are ranked A, top priority to buy automatically. When you have designated them as a multi-parcel project, they're automatically ranked A. So staff, once a year, send out offer letters based on updated appraisals that are done as a market study for each of those 4 areas. So the market study looks at and figures out what's the per acre wetland value, 100% wetland, as Jamie Cook pointed out to you, so that you're accounting for the reduction in the value, because most of them are all really, really wet. If somebody wants to say, no, this isn't wet, then they can come in and ask, or provide a wetland delineation. But otherwise, we assume they're all wet. And so you're not overpaying, and you're getting a really efficient, quick process. That's my pitch to you. I didn't illustrate it. I did it in less than 10 minutes. I do hope you'll consider the value of these multi-parcel projects. Thank you.
All right. Now I have a few commissioners lit up. Commissioner McDaniel.
From before.
Oh, boy. All right. Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we voted 5-0 to not purchase that other parcel. I did vote in the majority, which gives me the ability to make a motion to reconsider. And I think I'm going to make that motion based on what I just heard from Brad Cornell. You take a look at that parcel that we're looking to purchase, and this is my rationale for making the motion to reconsider. And since I'm making that motion at the same meeting, it can be heard in the same meeting. You got that one parcel that does have access, the parcel that we're looking to purchase, And the parcel behind it, as Commissioner McDaniel said, can acquire access. So let's just, as an example, say that the parcel that we're looking to buy, the guy decides to, well, he's not selling it to the county for conservation purposes. He's going to go ahead and fill one building pad there and build a driveway to his house and sell some property to the guy behind him, so the guy behind him has access. And so over a period of time, you could get development in that area. This would pretty much preclude that because that other property owner to the east of the parcel we're looking to acquire would have to spend a ton of money acquiring some access, and I'm not sure how that would happen. So I'm going to make the motion to reconsider based on the information that was just presented by Brad Cornell. If that motion passes, then we can take another motion on the parcel. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll make that motion to reconsider.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
I don't know if you can. I know I'm new to this, but I don't think I'm that dumb. It doesn't appear to have a second. I appreciate you voting in the majority last time.
I like to preserve my rights to make motions to reconsider from time to time.
All right. Ms. Cook.
Okay.
Actually, we got more public. Let's finish the public comment. I'm sorry. We keep getting away from what we're doing here. Let's finish public comment, and then we'll go through these one by one. We'll take a deep dive.
We have two more registered speakers.
All right.
One in the room and one on Zoom. Your next speaker is Michelle Leonard.
Forgot about me.
No.
There.
Never.
All right, so Michelle Lenhart again from the Advisory Committee. My comments relate to item 11D and E. I'm honored to join so many of you in the room today, the commissioners, the staff, volunteers, and the public who have actively supported Conservation Collier over the years. Our debates and discussions will continue, but the results of this program speak for themselves. And I truly appreciate all of your support over the years, despite our differences in perspective. The large parcels are easy to picture, and it's simple to imagine what they can become. And I do never want to minimize the importance of large parcels. But the small 19 parcels recommended today for purchase speak to a unique strength of this program. Individually, they are small. Assembled, they become much more. Conservation Collier is in a unique position to assemble small parcels into preserves for the present and future generation, and preserves that then meet the goals of the program on top of individual parcels. The 19 parcels seeking approval today are found within either target protection mailing areas, which has board approval, or multi-parcel project areas that also have board approval. They're not random parcels across the county. They are supported by both staff and the advisory committee. They're in North Belmead, which is now, since 2002, has reached 302 acres. Robert Gore Preserve, since 2018, is now at 279 acres. Panther Walk Preserve, since 2023, has reached 84.9 acres. Winchester Head, since 2005, has reached 114, almost 115 acres. And Brewer's Landing, a small preserve, has a TPMA, which is a target area that will reach 190 acres to some point someday. That's a projection. These preserves provide recreational opportunities, nesting habitat, and wildlife corridors for endangered species, critical floodwater attenuation and watershed management, and enhance other conservation lands. On behalf of the Advisory Committee, I request that you support this agenda item, as the work today we are doing will provide an opportunity in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final registered speaker on this item joins us on Zoom, Dylan Scott. You should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself. I see you've unmuted yourself, Dylan. You have 3 minutes.
Yep, thank you again. First of all, I just did want to mention that I did not mean any disrespect earlier with my public comment by saying that members of the County Commission aren't conservation experts. I don't expect you to be, but I do hope that you listen to the experts on these issues, whether that be Brad Cornell from Audubon Western Everglades or members of the CLAC Advisory Committee. I do appreciate your vote on agenda item 9A. Send these amendments back to staff to clear up any confusion on the intent of the amendments to ordinance number 2002-63 in relation to Conservation Collier. But then lastly, I did just want to join Brad and Michelle in recommending that the board approve acquisition of the 19 parcels up for consideration today. That's all my public comment for the rest of the day. I appreciate your guys' time and look forward to the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cook.
Okay.
Oh, we just lost somebody.
I believe we had finished this parcel, so I didn't know if you
Oh,
guys
yeah,
wanted
it
to
is.
vote on
Searle
it
Trust.
or keep going.
Move for approval.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign. 4.
The next parcel, the Wilson parcel, is also in the North Belmead Target Protection Area. This parcel is adjacent to existing Conservation Collier lands, as well as the Hussey property to the west, which is going through the appraisal process for Conservation Collier to purchase.
Move for approval.
That's second. Got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign. Ayes have it.
All right, so the next 9 parcels are within the Gore Preserve. And I do need to correct one thing that Michelle said. We have actually acquired 288 acres in the parcel, so a little bit higher. We're just under 49% of the preserve boundary that the program has acquired to date.
Oh, in the back. You heard it.
We got a whole bunch done while he was not here, but I'm gonna make an approval. I'm gonna make a motion for approval on these 9 in the Gore Preserve.
Yeah, I'll second that.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign.
Oh, she's blowing through all of them.
All right. The next 4 are in the Panther Walk Preserve. The Panther Walk Preserve is in the northern Golden Gate Estates, just west of Everglades Boulevard, and as Brad mentioned, protects the Horse Pen Strand and provides for drainage in the northern Golden Gate Estates area. This preserve connects crew lands and private conservation lands across the northern Golden Gate Estates. And these 4 parcels, the Reiser parcel, the Anderson parcel, the Morris parcel, and the Wilcox parcel are all approved for the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation funding MOU that you had approved several years ago. So the Florida Wildlife Corridor Foundation will pay 50% of the acquisition for each of these 4 parcels. And specifically, as I had mentioned it before, this Anderson parcel, which is just south of, I believe, Estates Elementary School, is the one that did provide a wetland determination that showed it was not 100% wetland property. So this is the one that their per acre price was slightly higher than any of the others.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
A motion, second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign.
And can I make a comment?
Go ahead, make a comment.
You know, we all talk about connectivity, and it's imperative. Immokalee Road is right to the north of
Panther Walk.
Of the Panther Walk Preserve. So connectivity is going to require some sort of wildlife crossing on Immokalee Road at some particular point in time. So let's get it logged in there at some stage that we need to have a place for our 4-legged friends to be able to get out of the northern remote areas into this particular area, to and through. Not today, just noted.
Understood. I'll work with Trinity.
Yeah, I leaned over and looked at her. She looked crooked at me, just for the record.
The next 2 parcels are in the Winchester Head Preserve. This area was established in 2005, and the program has acquired 73% of the parcels in this area. This cypress dome in the Golden Gate Estates does provide for floodplain storage of the surrounding area. And for anyone unfamiliar with this area, it is just west of the Skysail development, the Hyde Park SRA. So both of these parcels, the Kramer parcel and the Tremblay parcel, are virtually identical. They are adjacent to existing conservation Collier lands on all three sides for both parcels. This parcel in particular is shown on the screen, the Kramer parcel. The fourth side, shown in yellow, has accepted an offer from the program, so that will be coming to you guys in the future for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign, same sign.
And then the last parcel is in the Brewers Landing Target Protection Area. The board had originally approved the main preserve, which is about 15 acres, back in 2023. And this preserve is home to a roosting site for swallow-tailed kites who were there over the summer. This parcel is the 2.73 acres on the corner, and will help expand the protection for that roosting site.
Motion to approve.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, same sign.
Are those the 19?
That was it?
That's all 19.
Well, we got 18.
Yeah.
So you heard 19, you approved 18.
I know, yeah. You all right, Brad?
I might to chime in with something.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
All right. Go ahead, Rick. I'm sorry. Commissioner
We
O'Connor.
had talked, there's some Marco parcels that I'm getting a lot of feedback on from some people that thought that they would be part of the presentation. You already answered that question one-on-one with me, but for the record, just say why the Marco parcels aren't coming to us today, because some of them are a little bit dusty and dated. Just for, to go on public record, those are coming to us.
Yes.
Explain why. And then, I think it was Mr. Cornell had brought up, but I had gotten some emails from a couple of other people that said there's one of the parcels was offered, ages ago, and we sort of dragged our feet. But, if you can just give the short version of that, so we can just get that in the record for people that think we skipped over, some parcels that are in my district that people are supportive of us considering.
Okay, so the one specifically that you're referencing first applied to the program about 2 years ago, but when we went through and made the updates to the purchasing policy, it required new appraisals. We went through those new appraisals, and it did actually result in a lower appraised value for the property. We've also been making sure that the appraisals are consistent with each other and consistent with the purchasing policy requirements, because these parcels do have listed species on them. So we're ensuring that those are those mitigation costs are being taken into that purchase price before we bring it forward. I believe the intent is to bring it at the next meeting, but obviously that's a decision the county manager and the chair will make when they go through their agenda.
One of the notes I had gotten said that we had the property appraised a while ago, like more than a year ago, and that the owners accepted the appraisal, but then, what happened? Can you correct that rumor from fact?
That was related to, so that one that had accepted a while ago, there were some errors in the original appraisals in terms of the mitigation. So we had sent that back, and then the purchasing policy changes came forward, so it was reappraised again.
Do we run the risk of losing that property, or in your conversations with the owners, they've been patient, maybe not super happy or whatever, but the short version is it's still in play?
It's still in play as of today, yeah. It's still in play. I don't think the owner lives in the U.S., so I don't know if there's a hurry or not, but they've stayed in good faith and waited for it to go through the process.
I'll just conclude by saying that today is exactly what we had said. Bring us these things in big chunks. Doesn't mean they're all going to be approved, but also too, I'll echo and say, if you have one property that's sitting out there, you can come to that podium and throw up one slide so we can keep the process moving. And that's part of what we wanted in the ordinance is, like I said, not a streamlined process that takes out the detail or makes any experts that are part of the process feel cut out, but that it brings a sense of urgency that, I'll be the first one to say, if you've got some conservation Collier parcels, it doesn't take us, this isn't a 3-hour discussion. It should be able to be added into any agenda. Even when we have busy agendas, I don't think that it should ever be pushed because it's like, oh, we have a full agenda that day. These aren't usually discussions that take hours and hours and have 100, public comments. So I would say that there should always be consideration. That's up to the county manager, but I think this one added to any agenda doesn't make the agenda 3 hours longer. But, sometimes when we stall on these or we push it forward, we do run the risk of maybe, losing out on a good parcel because the owners just say, I got a better offer. You guys are dragging your feet, but, great job on all these. And I'll say, we approved 18 of 19, but I think we got to take them one at a time. And, you don't have an endless supply of money. So I guarantee you we're going to use that $100,000 that we saved on that first one that maybe, is arguable. I mean, they all have value, but we have to, we can do anything, but we can't do everything. And I think that one had enough sort of moving parts. I think that's why, you got a unanimous vote up here to maybe skip over that one. But I bet 18 of 19 is a record. I bet it's a record. So thanks for all your efforts, and I look forward to getting the details on the Marco properties, because I know those are high on my list to preserve if my colleagues agree.
Okay.
County Manager, do you think we have time to do 10A, and then we'll do maybe a break after that for the court reporter?
You okay, Terry?
Because I know the director of the zoo's been sitting here all day. I think he's interested in how that's going to.
Yes, sir. That's actually next up anyway.
Okay.
So item 10A is a recommendation to direct the county manager designate to work with Naples Zoo leadership regarding approximately 52.6 acres of county-owned property leased to Naples Zoo at 1590 Goodlet Frank Road, Naples, Florida, to evaluate an amendment extending the lease term and revising the termination provisions, a potential fee, simple conveyance, subject to appropriate county protections, or other direction as may be provided by the board. This item does come to the agenda at Commissioner Cowell's request.
And just real quick, the reason I mentioned this a few meetings back was that I know I'm meeting with the zoo director and all the work they've been doing there and the improvements to a lot of people here in this town that are very generous with donations. They had a hard time during Hurricane Ian. I think it was the last catastrophic storm that, you got to understand the animals don't go anywhere, the staff don't go anywhere, and they have to be able to continue maintaining and feeding the animals even though they're not open to the public. And they only get their resources from ticket sales. They don't get any money from tourism, tax dollars. They don't get anything from us other than they lease our property. So they were looking for some sort of guarantee for their philanthropic donors to create an endowment in the future, and then they have confidence in the future that the zoo is going to be there. Basically, the investment is good for them to know that it's solid, that the zoo's not going anywhere, and that endowment would help at the times we have catastrophic storms like these to come along, and the zoo has to maintain the animals and the staff, even though they're not bringing any money in. So that was why I wanted to have this brought up before their contract came up, so we can work together on something language that would give confidence to these investors to help them. So that being said, I don't know, Trinity, if you want to give us a little deeper dive real quick, and then we can.
Well, you actually just gave a very good overview. What we're just seeking, what you brought forward today is just seeking some direction back to staff so that we can begin preparing and coming forward with something back to the board to be able to give the zoo some reassurance so that they can be able to hopefully get some of those donors, and we can move forward with a longer term lease. If that works for the zoo, we can work with towards a fee simple acquisition, obviously with keeping, in some of my discussions with the zoo myself, they're not looking at getting out of any of the requirements that are in the existing lease, the free day for the current Collier County residents, any of those provisions within the lease. So it's just however the board would like us to structure it. We can start working with the zoo and bring back options. We just need to get some direction from the board.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, and I guess my question is, I mean, the lease that currently exists on this property goes until 39. In the agenda package, is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. And so I was curious why. What was the prohibition for investment into into the zoo, and that there certainly isn't. Go ahead.
Well, I think
Commissioner, if I may, I mean, we just recently went through this with the Fair Board, and we're actually working with the Fair Board to get them in property that they own, because they're currently in a lease with us as well.
Right.
And they're having similar, as a nonprofit entity, having similar concerns about being able to go after certain grants or certain types of funding when they don't own property or have that longer term lease.
That's a good point.
And the other thing, I think, when somebody puts their name on an endowment, like in their family's name, to pledge something over many decades of their family's wealth to an organization, they want some sort of guarantee that they're doing it, that it's not going to disappear in a decade later. And I think everybody loves the zoo. I mean, I think everybody in Naples loves the zoo, and it's a great asset. It's one of 250, I think, zoos that in the category that they're in that represents the, so I'm just, that's kind of like the mindset there is, if you got somebody willing to do that and put their name on it and their family's endowment on it, that they want some sort of guarantee that it's not going to go anywhere.
Well, let me ask the next question then, and that is, the county taxpayers there was a referenda passed quite some time ago to tax the community, acquire the land, a larger tract of land that included Freedom Park, I think, or a path, Greenway. Yeah, correct me on the specifics of what we actually bought, but what's the chances of returning the taxpayers' money if we did do a fee simple?
We could bring that back as an option. So all this is today gives us the green light to work with the zoo and ultimately return to you with options, be that a revised lease. We can explore the sale of the portion of the zoo if that is something the board wants us to look at. We can look at a laundry list of things and bring back the pros and cons, obviously eliminating the ones that won't work for the zoo. But once we have options that work for both parties, then that would be a decision of the board.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. I just want to point out my preference would be a long-term lease. We did that at the Golden Gate Golf Course. I think we have a 45-year lease with some extension. And I think we may have done the same thing with the property over at the David Lawrence Center, that we own the property, but we've leased it for a very, very long time. And so that would be my preference. We don't know what's going to happen 45, 50 years from now, but I think the county should maintain ownership going forward.
Mr. Hall.
Thank you, sir. The discussion is going to be, do we do a longer lease? Do we do fee simple? And having conversations about, I said, what's the benefit of a lease? And it's like, well, we're maintaining control. Well, for $1 a year on a lease, we are out of control. I mean, we've got some good things to think that have been thought about as far as if we do fee simple. We retain stormwater, we retain our easements, we retain a lot of things that are key and vital to us. There's a revert clause that if it never stops being a zoo, it comes back to the taxpayers. So, I'd already thought about maybe one option to get, if we did fee simple, and we did deed the property over with those stipulations, how can we get the taxpayers paid back? I did think about that. I don't know what the thoughts that y'all have had about if we, they make $12 million a year gross in their ticket sales and in their operation. If we collected a small amount every year for principal only, just to get the taxpayers paid back, they get the fee simple, they get the ownership, they get the endowments, they get the things that they want. We just don't give them the taxpayers' money, but we get it back over 30, 40, 50 years. I don't care what the terms are. I just wanted to bring the discussion up.
Mr. McDaniel.
Yeah, well, then you want to make the motion for approval of this item and have staff go forth and persevere and bring it back to us?
We're going to do that.
And then I'll second your
I'll
motion.
make a motion.
I'll second it.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sound, same sign. Ayes have it. All right, we're gonna do a break for the court reporter here. Let's think about, be back at 12:53. 20-minute break.
20 minutes.
All right.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 11C. This is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners, as the ex officio governing board of the Collier County Water Sewer District, award invitation to bid number 26-8638 to U.S. Water Services Corporation for the Goodland Pump Station Improvement Project in the amount of $6,528,463.95. Approve an owner's allowance of $500,000. Approve the necessary budget amendment and authorize the chair to sign the attached agreement. Mr. Matt McLean, your department head for public utilities, is here to answer questions or present.
All right. Well, I feel like I got a deep dive in this yesterday, especially meeting with you in reference to what the needs are. I don't know how the other commissioners feel. If they,
It's on there because of the costs, right?
yeah,
Correct.
because of the cost.
You want to make the motion?
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Good job.
That brings us to item 15. Item 15A is public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda by individuals not already heard during the previous public comments in this meeting.
We do have one registered speaker, Tristan Tigertail.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you guys for taking the time to hear me. I just had a few concerns. So the reason I came today was because you guys actually, I have come in the past and I was able to speak with you guys on behalf of a project in Big Cypress, and you guys did listen and you guys did change your vote and you guys did help us out. So I know that you guys do listen, so I appreciate that and thank you guys for doing that in the past. Today I just wanted to speak on behalf of the panther. The Florida panther is the state animal. It's critically endangered. I know you guys all know this. And this past year, I think 11 panthers have already been killed in the state of Florida, all hit by vehicles. 6 of them were in Collier County. So I'm not saying that Collier County is full of speedsters. It just happens to be where the majority of the panthers live in the state. You know, Collier County happens to be the stronghold for the Florida panther. It happens to be the last stand. So it kind of puts you guys in an area of big responsibility. I would argue that the 5 of you guys have some of the most significant impact on the survival and the ability for the Florida panther to thrive. So I think that's a huge responsibility. I think that's kind of unique. You know, not too many people have the ability to impact an endangered animal like you guys do. So I just wanted to tell you guys that, you know, I hope you guys see that as an honor and not a burden. You know, the Florida panther is awesome. You know, I heard a lot of people saying that tourism is big in Collier County. I'm also involved in the tourism industry. I've met a lot of Europeans, Germans, people from Britain, people from France. And one of the things they tell me is that they're just so shocked at how much space, open space there is here in the United States, especially here in Florida. So, and they don't have that back home. Back in Europe, you know, you're in like Berlin, an hour away, it's like another major city. So it's just something that I think that we should all protect, and you guys, I think, you know, get a lot of pressure to do that. So yeah, you guys are in an important situation. So like I said earlier, I hope you guys see it as an honor and not a burden. So thank you guys.
Thank you. And I'd just like to make a follow-up. I think everybody in this room is important, not just the 5 of us up here. I think everybody in this room, you know, all take a, you know, an interest in the survival of these panthers that are our state animal, and that, and a lot of times we're seeing, and I think because we are seeing a stronger breeding and a stronger pride that has come along since a lot of things have been taking place over the last few decades to help with the panthers in their survival. But we're seeing something that's going on right now that I think we all should take a hand in or take a closer look at, is the fact that, you know, the panthers right now are competing with boa constrictors and pythons, and they're much more efficient at eating the same food source that the panther survives on. And I think we're seeing a lot of the panthers moving longer distances out of familiar areas to hunt for its food source because it can't compete with some of these creatures that have brought into the Everglades that now exist there in their same habitat to compete for the same food source. And I think it's on all of us to get behind these organizations to go out and do these hunts Florida Department of Wildlife and Fishery that go out and get these animals that don't belong in our Everglades. That's competing with our panthers and their food source, to get them out, to go on some of these hunts. And I know there's a lot of sportsmen out there that like to go out and do their thing. I'm looking at Commissioner McDaniel, but I don't know if he'd take out a 20-foot python or not. But I think it's important that we eradicate these things from our Everglades, because they are pushing our panthers to a point where their food source is a direct competitive nature for these guys. So we are seeing a lot more movement, thorn hunting for their food because of that reason, because they're competing against a very efficient animal of prey. So just putting it out there that I want more awareness on this, in the future. So, but appreciate your comments, sir.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15B, staff project updates. We do have two. Mr. Bosey's coming to the podium. He's going to give you a recap of the hearing examiner's 4.5-year tenure with Collier County, and also an update on House Bill 803.
Good afternoon. Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. Mr. Dickman, our hearing examiner, provided, he and his office at the end of 2025 put together a 4.5-year recap of the time that he has been serving as the hearing examiner. Asked me to provide this presentation to the board to kind of let you know of the partnership and how it's going, and some of the good work that we've been able to arrive upon, and at the end, I'm going to seek a little bit direction for you in terms of working with the hearing examiner to make the process even a little bit better. Mr. Dickman has served as the county's hearing examiner, specializing in quasi-judicial land use decision under contract that started in July 14, 2020, and has been extended through 2028. So basically about a 4.5-year period of time. This period is going to provide a overview of. So within the statutory timelines are provided for, the hearing examiner's ordinance says that he has 30 days to render a decision. The average that he has on his decisions have been 22 days, and that's over 299 individual decisions that have been brought to him over 103 public hearings. And to some, that might just be statistics, but somebody who works with the Planning Commission, the hearing examiner, and the Board of County Commissioners, and looking at the level of magnitude of the items that we take to the hearing examiner compared to the level of magnitude of the discussion points with the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners, I think it's a tremendous amount of time saving. When I say the 299 petitions that we have heard, that's countless hundreds of hours that staff and the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners are alleviated for petitions that don't rise to that individual level. And I think it is significant, and I think it's a great utilization of the resources that we do have. And here's a good example from, started, like I said, in portion of 2020, had 26 decisions, and then 64, 54, 2023, some health issues, was only able to render 40. Got past those in 2024 with 63, and 2025 was 52. So you can see the number of hearings, or the petitions that he's hearing on a regular basis. He keeps staff active and busy. Out of those petitions, the top 5, 27.3 were variance petitions. 26.3 were boat dock extensions and boat houses, and substantial changes. The PUD accounted for 16%. About 7.5 were conditional use permits, and the last of the majority was the comparable use determination at 5.8%. By district, District 2 and District 1 were the majority, about 63.6%. One of the reasons why that is, District 1 and District 2, heavily with the marine dock extension and boat houses, is one of the reasons why they have that discrepancy. And then District 4, District 5, and District 3 kind of runs it out in terms of the the petitions that we've had within there.
Mike, can I just interrupt you for a second? Is that
Absolutely.
a misprint? Because, I mean, when you say Marco, wouldn't that really go to the Marco City Council? Is that more Goodland? 'Cause I
Goodland,
know-
Al Capri, it's all the
So I mean,
areas.
that
Yes.
really probably shouldn't say Marco, because I mean, anything that was on Marco about dock concentration or consideration or whatever, that would go to the city council, right?
Yeah, anything that's within the city of Marco is the jurisdiction of the Marco City Council.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So my district here really is like the sort of that everything around Marco. So
Yes.
maybe it could be, yeah, okay.
Yes, thanks
Just
for-
wanted to
and
make sure I wasn't
I'm-
missing something, because, okay, I got you.
Yes. And the second part, just kind of the observations he provided. The Hex format successfully removed the high volumes of less controversial zoning petitions from the Planning Commission and ultimately the board's agendas, maximizing administrative efficiency. I think the second point is one that's really appreciated by our homeowners. The staff support and streamlined legal process allows typical non-represented landowners to successfully self-navigate and manage their own hearings. My staff, the hearing examiner staff that I have that are assigned to the hearing examiner, takes pride in having an owner be their own individual agent and walking them through and taking them through the process. And Andrew at the hearing specifically goes through a script at the very beginning, and he ensures that everyone who's going to speak that that he's just trying to get facts and he's not, there's no pressure, and it provides a very welcoming environment to the individual homeowners. So in that regard, I think for those individuals who are ambitious enough and want to tackle a side yard setback or front yard variance, they can go through the process without having to get paid professionals as a representation. And then the presence of the physical room upgrades that Mr. French has coordinated within 609, 610 in GMD, where we hold the hearings, has been very well received. We have Terry is normally our court reporter too, so we have verbatim minimums that are available. And representatives from the county attorney's offices also provides some assistance through the process. So it's been a very good collaborative effort. And this last, one of the things Andrew wanted to bring up was, there's some observations that he's had within the HEX program and the decision-making process and some of the areas that we have related to the boat docks and the issues that we've been dealing with. He has asked, and staff is asking for direction from the Board of County Commissioners to work with Mr. Dickman on small tweaks or changes to the hearing examiner process that we may arrive upon that we can think would be an improvement within efficiencies. And ultimately, if we arrive upon those, we would bring those to the Board of County Commissioners for direction as to how you would like to handle those. And simply, that's really the overview. Any questions that you may have?
I don't see any. Nobody's lit up.
All right. And the next item, and I think it was hit upon earlier today by one of the speakers, and it has to do with the state of Florida, the legislator imposing some individual regulations upon the county in various jurisdictions. I'm looking for there we are. So this is House Bill 399. It has now become law, and it's titled "Zoning of Off-Site Constructed Residential Dwellings Parity." Basically, what it is saying that a manufactured building, as defined by statute 553.36, intended for single-family residential use, or a manufactured home, as defined by 320.01 parens 2 parens B. Of the Florida statute, which is constructed in whole or part off-site and it is treated as real property. An off-site constructed residential dwelling must be permitted as of right in any zoning district where single-family detached dwellings are allowed. A local government may not adopt or enforce any zoning, land use, or development regulations that treats off-site constructed residential dwellings differently or more restrictively than a single-family stick or site-built house allowed in the same zoning district. This section does not prohibit a local government from applying generally applicable architectural, aesthetic, design, setback, height, or bulk standards, providing such standards are applied uniformly or to all single-family dwellings in the same zoning districts. And then it just talks about some of the areas where you can go. You're allowed to regulate roof pitch, minimum square footage, which we have within all our zoning categories. Type and quality of external finishing materials, foundation enclosure, existence of type of attached structures, building setbacks, lot dimensions, orientations. Basically what we're saying, what the state's saying, and I think it was a push for additional affordable housing, that anywhere that you could have a traditional stick-built house or a concrete block-built house, you have to allow for a manufactured or mobile home at that location, and does not allow the county to treat them any differently. So the codes that are applicable to our traditional constructed built houses will be applicable to the manufactured homes as well. Just wanted to make the Board of County Commissioners aware that by January 1st of 2027, the building department will have to issue a building permit and allow for that type of facility, a manufactured or mobile home, within anywhere we allow single-family homes.
What were they thinking?
My.
I got a question.
Commissioner Hall, go ahead. He just lit up. Sorry, buddy.
Mr. Bosey?
Yes, sir.
How can,
Just quick.
I mean, I can't imagine what they were thinking to just carte blanche add mobile homes to any single-family resident. But how can we protect our landowners who have substantial investments in their properties and in their improvements? Is there restrictive covenants that HOAs can apply, or is there restricted covenants that that can be on a deed? I don't know. There's got to be some kind of way to skirt this.
I would imagine if you're within a homeowners association, and maybe I'll have to lean upon the county attorney's office, but if you're in a homeowners association that has a restriction such as that may be binding. I know that what the language is saying, that the county cannot treat them differently and it has to allow them to move forward. A private covenant that's attached to a deed may have more force of prohibiting that the mobile home or manufactured home to be placed within that individual homeowners association, but it would have to be what the prohibitions that are within the existing home, the HOA.
Commissioner McDaniel.
I would assume that all of the Florida building codes, Cat 5 rating, and all of those requisites for a stick-built home would be applicable to a modular or a manufactured home.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For the record, Jamie French, your Department Head for Public for Community Development and Environmental Services.
Whatever.
Wow. Growth Management, Community Development.
Dog
My
catcher.
apologies. So your mobile homes, which are basically part of your HUD classification program, identified under your federal code 44 CFR, they're broken down into 3 wind categories. All of your mobile homes here would be a class 3 category with a constant speed of 110 miles an hour. Whereas when we get into wind categories, for whether they're wood or CMU type construction, those are actually wind rated in accordance with the Florida Building Code. This is more of a DOT regulated type of structure than it is by Florida Building Code. We would only look at the strap downs, utility connections, your FEMA elevations, ingress egress for your right of way. That is pretty much it. There's not a whole lot the Florida Building Code covers with mobile homes.
Well, just so everybody knows, I have sent this off to both this bill and the Senate version to Rep. Mello, hopefully our next state senator. for her review, and we'll see if we can't touch it in the upcoming legislative session.
Mr. Saunders.
Thank you. There was a legal question asked, so I want the county attorney to opine on this. The question was raised for Mr. Bosey about homeowners associations, and your answer was, well, I suspect that. But that's a legal issue, and so I'm going to turn to the county attorney to address that question. If there is a restriction on manufactured homes in an HOA in their documents, does this state law preempt that? And it may take some time to come to an answer to that.
No, it's, without being facetious, until a court says otherwise, I would think that the HOA has that ability.
I said again, until a court says
I believe,
otherwise.
I believe the HOA has that ability.
Same as a PUD?
That's an interesting question.
These are all going to come up, and it may take you some time to do a little research, but I think you do need to advise us, because we're going to start getting phone calls from people that are complaining about a trailer going up next door to them and that sort of thing. And
I think the other thing is too, like we talk about the urban estates where we have the guest house type situations where now they can just go put up a modular trailer or a manufactured home on their property.
Or two of them.
Or the rural estates, or Pine Ridge, or Marco.
any single-family district.
Anywhere.
Yeah, anywhere it's a single lot. I mean, it's not covered by any
Bayshore,
type
Naples
of-
Park, I mean, it's a wide variety.
Yeah, seems like a lot.
It's another bad law.
So maybe we can get some guidance as to what, if anything, we can do. I understand, and that's a great idea, having the legislature take a look at it, but that's a real stretch sometimes.
They've
I mean,
already
it's
voted
all-
on it. They've
that's-
already voted on it.
That's the only thing we can do.
But
Well, it could be like the live local there. They could revisit it.
Yeah.
Let's hope. Make amendments over the years. But I thought at one point somebody had mentioned something about if there's already in a deed, if there's already a deed restriction, this may not apply.
Well, like I've said, if you were in a HOA or if you had a deed restriction that was attached to the land that prohibited, I think that would have, because this refers to a jurisdiction having to permit a manufactured home in any single family zoning residence that doesn't speak to a deed, doesn't speak to those restrictions. So I would think that those would still be applicable.
See no other questions? Thanks.
That's all the good news I have. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot. You gotta digest this for the rest of the week.
Well, and I guess, I mean, is this something that we should take action on from a legal perspective, just to maybe reach out to some of the other counties within the state to see if this is something that from a legal perspective we could take on to get it pushed back?
Yeah, well, that's why I kind of circled back to the county attorney. We can speculate all day long as to what this may mean, and Mike Bosey can speculate all day long, but we do need some guidance from the county attorney as to what we can do, if anything. And there may not be anything we can do. But I would agree with you, Commissioner McDaniel. This is something that if there's steps we can take to limit the impact of this, we should take those steps. We just don't know if we need to.
Right.
Or what those steps would be.
I agree. All right. County Manager.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 15C, Staff and Commission General Communications. I have two things for you. City of Naples has contacted us regarding a workshop. We're going to Marco later this week. So City of Naples has come up with December 1st, which is one of our regularly blocked days for workshops. If the board is amenable, we'll work with your executive assistants to make sure that your calendars can accommodate. If not, then we'll be looking into January for that workshop. And then secondly, last meeting, the meeting before, we had a little conversation about summer land use. So we're coming back into land use here. The second meeting in September, we're scheduled for some larger land use items. And there's been conversation off and on about whether or not we want to next year schedule land use throughout the summer. So looking for a little bit of guidance from the board with your appetite for having land use continue through the summer with people being allowed to participate by Zoom and such. If we want to stay with our typical pattern where we don't hear controversial land use in the summertime, or if you are looking for me to schedule land use into the summer.
All right. Sounds good.
I'm lit up.
Oh, you're lit up, sorry.
It's all right.
Commissioner, I was
And
getting a phone call.
so it would be my liking that we do hear land use items when they come forward, controversial or not. There has always, and here again, 5-6 years ago, who even heard of Zoom, let alone have it be an active part of our everyday ongoing business. And so, and I know all of us up here, we give as much credence to, as a general rule, for someone who calls in and expresses their concerns or opinions as someone who sits in this room all day long and waits for that agenda item to ultimately pop up. So it would be my liking that we move forward with land use items as they come forward and they're in the queue and they meet the proper requisites to be coming to this board whenever they come to this board.
Mr. Hall.
I concur. I think if we are going to work in the summer, then we ought to work. We ought to deal with it as it comes. And if there's times where we don't have a full agenda and we're going to get out at 10:30 in the morning, I just soon skip that week, come back the next. We talked about that 4 years ago, but we just seemed to, we did skip last meeting, and it seemed like it worked out okay. But if we're going to spend the effort and get all dressed up to dance, I think we need to dance.
Well, and if I may, Mr. Chair, on that note, I mean, you know, if we have a light agenda, there are things that we can have presentations on or discussions. If you see a light agenda coming up, I mean, we have the referenda 3 that's coming forward, where some really difficult budget decisions are going to have to be made. If that passes, if in fact it does pass, I think those are times for us to be having some discussions with how we're going to divvy up the money and move forward.
But the beauty of it, you'll be the chair then.
Yes. That is the beauty of it.
Look at that grin.
I get my seat back over there, Commissioner Saunders.
No.
No.
We don't change seats, sorry.
You can have this one.
You can
You'll
have
be
the
over
other
there.
end.
All right, whatever.
Or we'll arm wrestle for it.
Okay, I'm down with that.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah.
All right, I guess we're moving on to.
That's all I have. County
Okay.
Attorney.
Nothing, thank you.
Commissioners.
Mr. Saunders.
Yes. I'm glad Commissioner McDaniel made this comment about difficult budget decisions if this passes, because I think we all sort of have a sense that there's a lot of opposition to this ad valorem tax proposal, but it is a tax reduction proposal, and those things do tend to pass. So I think what I'm going to suggest is that we really need to keep our powder dry in terms of our expenditures to see what does happen with that. So I'm going to give you one example that's caused me some consternation. A few months ago, we had a proposal on a contract to buy some property by the Everglades Airport. We didn't vote on anything there. We just directed staff to continue the conversations. That's been a piece of property that we've been looking at now for, I think, 3 years. There's been offers back and forth, but no definitive contract has ever been entered into. But I think the parties have started homing in on a price, $6.9 million or something in that range. I'll use Commissioner LaCastro's terms. I've actually taken a very deep dive into that acquisition. I can't see a whole lot of reasons why we would buy that property, and it's very expensive. And so this is going to come back to us. I think it's scheduled to come back on September 8th for us to again consider that acquisition. And what I'd ask the board to do is to really, between now and then, take a serious deep dive into that. There's a whole list of potential uses for that property, and the staff report says potential uses, and they acknowledge that we don't really know if we can make those uses of that property. But my major concern is, and we'll go through all the, what I think are reasons why we should not buy that property, but I know each one of you is going to look into this very seriously, but take a look at that. It's a piece of property that is almost exclusively wetland. It's mangroves, and I just want to make sure that if we're going to spend that kind of money under these economic circumstances that we are facing, that we just got to be very smart. And I know I'll have reasons why I don't think we should proceed with that, but I want the board to be aware that this is coming up, and that it's going to be a difficult decision for us. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Commissioner Hall.
Thank you. I will not be here September the 8th, but I am not a fan of purchasing that property. For what it's worth, I won't get to say it. I won't get to vote. I do have a question.
It's going to, I think, I apologize, but it's really important that we have a full board on something like that.
And I'm not, I cannot be here. I can't even Zoom.
But I mean, we don't have to hear that on September 8th. I'm just saying.
No, I agree. I would like to hear it myself.
All right.
I had a question. Rich came up and talked about the stewardship area and talking about Florida Fish and Wildlife being a mandatory or a volunteer
I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there in a second.
Okay. I just didn't understand in what.
I'll get you.
My question would be, what would be an example where they would want to volunteer to do that?
I'll get you.
All right.
Gets to me.
Well, we'll skip. Go ahead, Commissioner McDaniel. Well, we can work your way back to me.
Sir?
We can work our way back.
Oh, okay. Well,
Go ahead.
let's bring Mr. Bosey
Oh, the guests.
to the podium. In the RLSA, Commissioner Hall, in the RLSA, there's a policy, I think it's 1.7, and the original language, when a conservation easement for an SSA, when an SSA is created, that's a stewardship sending area that you generate the credits off of to be able to transfer off to another piece of property for development. It was specified that the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission was a participant or holder of that easement. They sent us notice that and it says that it has to be them and Collier County. And they sent us notice that they don't want it to have to be them. They want to be there if the property meets their criterion for an easement to be on it. It just creates extra work for them. So their ask is to take them off the mandatory list as a conservation holder, and there are several other agencies, DEP,
Water Management District.
Water Management District. There are several other agencies that can be deemed to be on that easement, and so I'd like to give direction to staff to make the comp plan amendment to take that forced easement criterion for FWC to be named and move them to one of the alternatives.
That's good.
Did I cover that okay?
Yes, and including the Land Development Code amendments that's associated as well, LDC, or GMP and LDC. And to give you an example of when that would happen, when we have an SSA that was created for a Panther corridor, there would be a restriction down to a conservation easement, and the FWC would or will in participants on that. We have a number of SSAs where they reduce the land use layer to say Ag 2, where it's passive agriculture is allowed. There's not a strict conservation easement on that. Those are the SSAs that they're not interested in being the grantee upon. With those, we normally reach to the Department of Agriculture because we're perpetuating agriculture as a allowed use, that's the state agents we would look to. But we now have it, as Commissioner McDaniel said, it's mandatory that FWC be a grantee, and we're going to provide
This duplication of
Yes.
effort.
way,
Yeah, but it's actually streamlining the process and requires their review, and they don't have to review when it isn't specified to be in their purview for environmental protection.
You have
So that's
anything
all.
else? That's all you have?
I'd be in favor with that direction.
is that
So
just for
direct.
Thank you, sir.
So directed.
Commissioner Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. To piggyback on what Commissioner Saunders was saying, and maybe not specifically about the Everglades, we'll see when that comes forward, and I agree, something like that, we want all 5 of us here. But I agree, I think we're gonna really have to really take a serious look that if Amendment 3 passes, and I'm not here to say pro or con, I've written about it quite a bit in my newsletter just to educate constituents and said, go out there and vote. But I think if it does pass, I would hope we're all in agreement that, and I know we are. We're not going to be cutting our fire department. We're not going to be we're going to be fully funding the police. So some of the other counties that may be more aggressively affected, and I actually have recently sat on a couple of attended a few little speaking engagements where there was representation from other counties that have a little bit more concerned than us because maybe they're just not as prepared. I mean, I was bragging on Collier County a little bit about all we've done under Resource X and, how we've already been doging, our budget for quite some time. But if it passes, I think those things, and maybe, Everglades might be one that's a nice to do, but it maybe will fall into the category of can't do or shouldn't do. We're going to be, we can do anything, but as I always say, but we can't do everything. And at the risk of cutting services and things like that, some other things that might be sort of a great investment, but can't do it all. That might be one that falls out. I just hope voters vote. If you were following the most recent election on Marco Island, they had a bond issue. It passed by 1 vote. Now, the most disappointing thing, and I know Mike McNeese was tracking on social media, same as me, right, Mike? And we were reading people's comments. 68% of the people that went to the polls on Marco and all were proud to vote for a governor or this or that, 68% of the people skipped that question. So you had this many people, thousands of people who voted for the governor of their choice, and then a small fraction of that who voted on that bond issue, mainly because I think either they didn't understand it or they thought it was 6-1, half dozen of the other, or they were just going to kick it to the curb and, whatever got decided. But, it was 1 vote, and then they did a recount and it was, 1 vote. So hopefully, regardless of what happens with Amendment 3, it'll be a large group of citizens that, voice their approval or disapproval of it. And then as I told some other county leaders that I've been interacting with, we collectively have said, hey, it's our job to make it work, and we're maybe a little more prepared than some other counties. Some of the real small counties are obviously going to get hit hard, but, I said it's our job to focus on our own county. So it is what it is. But then, in closing, I'll just say to Commissioner Cole, congratulations on your election. I'm proud to serve with you for, another 2 years or longer. You've just been a great addition to the 5 of us, been an incredible chairman. Your knowledge from, your depth being a veteran and also serving for, quite a bit as a first responder, a sheriff here locally has just been a great add, to this group of 5. And I know that we all agree. So you can put the election behind you now. And I don't know if it's congratulations or maybe not. People always ask me, do you like being a county commissioner? I always say it depends what day you ask me. And I'm sure we can all relate to that. But, proud to serve with you, continue serving with you. And I know we all feel the same way.
Well, thank you. And I'm proud to be on this board. I've never really participated in anything like this before where, and it's all new to me because I come from the public safety background and we just go out there and just do what we got to do. But this is, it's been great. I mean, I really appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that we have such knowledgeable staff and how everybody supports us and gets us up to speed. A lot of people don't see what we go through behind the scenes before these meetings and the amount of these agenda items and what it takes, to get them before us. I do appreciate that, and I do appreciate the chance to learn a new thing every once in a while. So it's good, keeps you young. But I do have two things I'd like to just real quick. I know a few of us have met with the sheriff already, reference to these cameras, the license plate readers, things like that. It's kind of like the hype thing right now. It's the topic out there amongst our citizens. You can't go on any kind of social media or anything, or listen to a radio broadcast where they're not talking about some sort of misuse of these cameras. Listen, these cameras have been around for a couple decades, and they're not nothing new. We've had license plate readers here in Collier County. We've had traffic cameras. It's just now I think it's coming to light that people realize, and there's certain brands I think that are getting branded as this flock camera system, which is the one that everybody refers to flock. Not everything's a flock camera, but that being said, I think in a few weeks the sheriff is actually going to come before the board, and he's going to explain the safeguards he has in place, and I totally believe in what they're doing over there is the right thing to do, and I believe they have a lot of safeguards in place with their particular portion of this. But in the county itself, I'm seeing even HOAs, private businesses, and they're starting to invest in these cameras. I know a couple HOAs, or at least one right now, that actually bought radar speed cameras that are taking pictures of the license plates driving through their community, and then disseminating the information amongst themselves on their boards, and then fining their residents with speeding tickets. And it's just kind of like they're collecting information, they're using data that shouldn't be shared. So I think there may be some level of something that we might want to do on a countywide level, an ordinance or something as simple as, because back in the day when I was in the sheriff's office, we had a David system. Early on, everybody's like, wow, this is a fun tool. It was a great tool when it came to driver's license information, making stops, finding history on people's driving records and suspensions and insurance stuff. Even told you if they had a concealed firearms permit or not before you even walked up to the car. That's how good the system was. It told you this type of information. But, of course, not everybody's perfect, and people were abusing it, downloading pictures of like a famous actor or something when they were 16 years old that took their photo from their driver's license and disseminating amongst friends as a joke. So the system had to put safeguards in later that you could only access if you had a case number, and then it had to be documented before you can access. And which I think something similar we could probably do as simple as that with an ordinance. This is anybody that has these cameras or maintains these cameras or collects data that to disseminate it, download it, share it, there should be a criminal case number connected to it. Because if the sheriff wants to come and view your cameras, he'll come with a case number in hand to a community. If there has been a burglaries and possibly cars used to drive in and out of the community, it's all right to have this stuff collected, but the fact that I think there should be a little bit of a safeguard outside of the sheriff's office, what he's doing, to even some of these private organizations that are collecting this information, that it shouldn't be disseminated unless there's truly a criminal aspect or type of associated with it.
Do we
to use the information or disseminate the information.
Do you think we need to do an ordinance to enhance what the sheriff has, just to protect against that violation? Because homeowners association is taking pictures of their residents and issuing fines for speeding. They're not authorized to do that.
Well, they think they are.
Yeah.
Yes. They think they're protected under some weird, which I tried to explain to them that your authority is given under, I think it's 724 state statute. So when you're acting in that capacity, you're actually acting under the color of law, just like anybody else. Your authority is given to you by the state of Florida. So you are acting under the color of law. So you would have to follow the same stipulations that a law enforcement officer would have, but they feel that they don't. So, and I think that, as simple as this information being collected, disseminated, downloaded, or shared, you got to have a criminal case number connected to it, regardless who you are collecting it. And that might be as simple as that. And of course, county attorney and everybody can sit down and maybe we can work on some sort of language. Or maybe it's too much. Maybe it's overreach. I don't know. But I just know the citizens are not. They're in a bad place right now because they don't know who's watching them, who's doing what, and what they're collecting or what they're not using, or what they're disseminating. So as simple as something like that, it may be alleviate that we are looking out for the citizens of Collier County, that it won't be abused even by the private parties.
I had something.
Yes, sir.
The county manager had invited the sheriff a little bit short notice to be here today to speak on flock cameras, and it was going to be part of the agenda. But I won't speak for Sheriff Rambos, but knowing his personality, he couldn't be here. But he probably wants to be the person to speak, and so I don't think I'm letting the cat out of the bag or anything. He's tentatively scheduled to speak at our next meeting, September 8th. And it'll be on the agenda. So anybody that's listening who's still left, or reporters who look at this afterwards, we're expecting him here on September 8th by our invitation and his acceptance. It'll be on the agenda, so public comment will be able to be offered. And to Commissioner Cole's point, it's been a big issue. We're all getting flooded with things about flock cameras, so we didn't sit on it. We reached out to the sheriff because one of the corrections I had to make to a lot of citizens is it's a law enforcement tool. It's not a county commissioner tool. We didn't vote on putting flock cameras, so I think we wait to hear from the sheriff on the 8th. To your point, Commissioner McDaniel, do we need an ordinance? I just would say I don't know till I hear from him. And I have a feeling he could answer that question. He's going to explain what he does. And if we think there's some cracks in the armor, we may strongly suggest and say, maybe adding a case number or whatever. But I think, at our next meeting in 2 weeks, not only will he be here in person, but it'll be part of the agenda. I'm sure we'll hear from plenty of citizens, or I hope we will. And then, we can go from there. If he feels us passing an ordinance would help, I hate to step into his backyard if we don't need to. Sheriff Rambos probably is, he's the kind of guy that if he got some good recommendations from us, I'm sure he'd probably say, let me run with that, rather than, we need to sort of tag team and make it more complicated, but who knows? But we'll hear that on the 8th. I hope, that continues to stay on the agenda and he doesn't have conflict. And we'll have a lot of questions and we'll get a lot of answers as well as to how flock cameras are used and not used in this county and how they're protected as well.
Yeah, on the lines of what I was talking about is I've talked to the sheriff, and what he has in place, his safeguards, his secure cloud that stores all his stuff, he has the safeguards in place. I'm more or less on the third party that has access to them, the third party that are not acting under the color law, that are disseminating, selling, whatever they're doing with this information, that I think and the sheriff doesn't really have jurisdiction over HOA putting a camera up. We do. And if we give them an ordinance that code can enforce, then that's something we're doing on our part to maybe protect that other portion that the sheriff doesn't really have control over. He has control over his deputies on how they use it. But it's kind of like a tool that now we give code enforcement to make sure we're not, our citizens are protected from these other third parties that don't fall under the color law or fall under the sheriff's jurisdiction. That's all I'm saying. So I think that's something, I think we're all rowing in the same direction, but I think it needs to have a bigger conversation.
I don't know if you all had heard this, but we had 4 cameras that were vandalized in Collier County. And, of course, that's breaking the law. So we've suffered a similar thing as some other counties already.
I do have one other thing, but Commissioner Hall, you're right.
I just have a small comment on the flocks.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I had a great conversation with the sheriff, and I think you're going to love to hear what he has to say in the next meeting. It's very impressive as to the process that they've used, and as far as the third party, in the spirit of protecting and securing the rights that God's given everybody, I'm all for whatever we have to do that, and I think it can be handled very simply.
One other thing I just wanted to quick address. I got reached by Senator Scott's aide yesterday, reference to a few veterans that was reaching out to him. I don't know if you guys are aware, on Horseshoe, they used to have the old Veteran Services clinic there. I don't believe they occupy it anymore. They lost the lease a little over a year ago, maybe almost 2 years ago now. These fellows, a few of them were participated in the annual, about once a week, they did a PTSD gathering, a group for the veterans that suffer. I think it was Dr. Joy, I'm going to butcher this name, Akalakis. So I reached out to her yesterday, but I talked to her aide, and I just got a phone call while we were sitting here and just reminded me that she was trying to call me. So I want to talk to her. I want to find out all the details of how many groups they actually are losing now. They found one space down off of Goodlet, but it's only like a 12 by 18 foot room that they're trying to rent to hold these sessions with the veterans. It's not accommodating at all. So I don't know if there's something. The VFW I talked to, well, he was here earlier, did the pledge. I talked to them yesterday also. It just depends on the frequency, how often they need a room big enough to accommodate these groups. That's what I'm going to talk to her about as soon as I leave here. But I don't have that answer yet because the senator had no office, didn't quite comprehend how much the program or what other programs are all affected by this. But by talking to her, I think I'll get a better picture, and we'll have another discussion about, I know the VFW, but they might not, they were thinking maybe once a month or something, hosting, having it. But I don't know if there's something, I know we have the Veterans Museum over there. I don't know if that conference room is still part of it.
It isn't, but we have space at almost all of our libraries, depending on what, and at some of the parks, depending on what you might need in the frequency. So when you find that out, we can certainly identify appropriate space within any of our county buildings.
All right. Well, I'm going to have that phone call as soon as I leave here, so I'll have more details.
Go to the White House.
Yeah, I got to go to the White House. Yeah. My house is gray. All right, nothing else? I'm done. I'm going to bring this meeting to adjournment.
Boom.